with the mobile phone data for persons of interest to help in the investigations into the murder of Mr. Ojwang.
Hassan, who was addressing the press on Wednesday, further announced that several civilians have appeared in court in connection to the case and assured the public that justice will be served.
Civilians who have been also arrested include Kelvin Mutisia Mutava, who allegedly interfered with the CCTV footage, and 3 others, namely Brian Ki Njue, Collins Karani, and Jean Amito, who were inmates at the Central Police Station on the material day. They were taken to various courts. IPOA, through its investigating officer, made applications in court for all the arraigned suspects to be held for more time to allow IPOA to conclude its investigations.
Kenyatta National Hospital has confirmed that Boniface Kariuki's condition is improving after doctors removed a bullet-like object from his brain. Kariuki was assaulted and shot by police during Tuesday's protest in Nairobi over Albert Ojwang's murder. The 22-year-old hawker was selling masks to protesters when the incident happened. KNH announced that it received 16 injured protesters, 7 hospitalized, 2 of whom have undergone surgery, and 4 more are awaiting operations. The facility further announced that an unidentified patient was also admitted with serious head injuries from a blunt object that Kariuki remains under close observation.
A complex and delicate surgery was conducted by a multidisciplinary team under the leadership of our neurosurgeon, Dr. Sam Jiru. The procedure in theater lasted about 2 hours. During the procedure, an object believed to be a bullet was removed. The patient thereafter was transferred to the intensive care unit, where he is being cared for up to this moment. While his condition is critically ill, he is alive and is under close round-the-clock observation and care by our dedicated medical team.
Kariuki's father, Jonah, defended his son's character and expressed hope that he'll recover fully. National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula has directed Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen to appear before the House next Wednesday to respond to MPs' concerns over police conduct. The order came after a heated debate on a security committee report regarding the murder in police custody of teacher and blogger Albert Ojwang. Wetangula said Murkomen must address the rising cases of police-linked killings and provide clarity on Ojwang's death, and urged MPs to submit their questions in advance.
I direct that the Minister for Internal Security appears before this House on Wednesday afternoon so that those with questions, and the questions so far raised by Ivo Bara, Otienda Molo and Mukunji, be availed to him via Hansard, so that he can be able to be interrogated by the House.
A British woman has died from rabies after she was scratched by a puppy in Morocco, her family said. Yvonne Ford, who was 59 from Burnley, had light contact with a stray dog while on holiday in February in the North African country. In a social media post reported by the Press Association, her family says she developed a headache 2 weeks ago and later couldn't walk, talk, sleep or swallow. The UK Health Security Agency said there was no risk to the wider public due to documented evidence of rabies passing between people. Ms. Ford was diagnosed as Burnley Hospital after returning to the UK. The hospital trust confirmed and was later transferred to the Royal Hallamshire Hospital in Sheffield. That's the news wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he'll not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, arekodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, mdhamdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje aongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro. I wonder. Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
A very good morning to you this Thursday. We'll take a look at what's happening on the streets as we get into it, shall we? Not much in terms of traffic right now on the Thika Superhighway. We'll probably see that build up later as we get into the morning proper. There is traffic on Kangunda Road. It is building up as you come in from Jiru and then also touch on Outer Ring. At this point, Outer Ring then getting towards North Airport Road. It's all coming in from the Eastern Bypass at the Rai interchange. Not much popping here. On Uhuru Highway, as you get into the CBD, that's going to get busier later. The Southern Bypass looks good. And it also looks clear, free, coming in from Waiyaki Way into the city. All right, all things taken into consideration, it's going to be a good day, isn't it? Well, let's keep an eye on all of this and keep it moving as we get through Thursday. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4
It's 12 minutes after 6 o'clock. A very, very good morning to you. It's the 19th of June. Juneteenth. Sindo? Why can't I hear you? Oh, no,
June is a teenager.
Yeah, well, June is outside the teenage years, at least for now. It's where we're looking at it. Uko salama wewe?
Ashkuru.
Karibu sana kwenye, and that's where it ends.
Yeah, karibu sana kwenye show.
Kwenye kipindi cha mazungumzo.
Kwenye kipindi show bab kubwa cha situation.
What is situation in Swahili?
What is
Jumba?
Matukio, eh?
Situation. Oh no, room is Jumba, right?
Situation. What is situation in Swahili?
Situation. Matukio.
Situation is matukio.
I think so. No. What is it?
Are you sure?
Anyone who knows what situation is in Swahili, please let us know.
It's not rununu.
No, it's not rununu.
At least that's one complicated word.
It is not tarakileshi.
It's not rununu. That's for sure. Muko salama lakini?
Kopoa, can you hear me?
I can hear.
Ah, good.
I must say that blue looks good on you, man.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's really nice blue on you.
Yeah.
Or rather, you are the one who makes the blue look good. Either choose.
Yeah.
Good.
I make it look good.
Yes. Yeah. Let's go with
privileged.
that.
Yeah.
To be worn by me.
Yes.
It's honored. Greatly honored.
Greatly honored.
Sawa basi. Let's go with that, shall we? Well, see, I've woken up. I feel like I'm in a time warp. You know how dependent we are on gadgets and dependent we are on technology. And then when the technology is whisked from under you, you're like, is this what hell feels like?
But it gives you some freedom, you know.
Yeah, kind of like
I've tried doing that.
What?
So I told myself every year at least I'll try. I tried it once. I went to a place near Nakuru for, was it 5 to 7 days, just alone, meditation.
Oh yeah,
no phones.
Yeah,
really tried.
Yeah,
the places you go, you're told no phones, no noise, no talking, and silence can drive you crazy.
It can.
Where?
It can.
Well, especially when you're used to this kind of grind, you are always on
and go,
and all those things. Just try 1 hour of silence alone in a place with no noise. You feel like you're going mad.
So fun fact.
Yes.
I can go days without speaking to anybody.
What?
And I'm okay. I can, not even days. I can go home, after the show. And I can be quiet from 12 to 7.
But you're thinking?
I'm thinking, I'm not talking I cannot talk to, and I'm okay. Not like I'm lonely or dying or anything. I think I'm an introvert of sorts. Anyway, yeah.
Okay. But I hear you, I understand.
You get what I'm saying, don't you?
It's peaceful.
It kind of is. But there's that place where you can just...
Sometimes you need your peace. These gadgets.
Why? Motto.
You open X, it's the world is coming to an end. You go to IG,
it's burning.
Like you are the one left alone. Everybody else has moved.
You get to TikTok and you feel like your entire life is just on the net because everything speaks to you directly.
Exactly.
You go to the newspapers.
Where?
The country is in, I don't know.
There must be that place that Michael Jackson sang about. Where that place where, things can just get better. What was that thing that he sang? There's a place in our hearts, and I know that it is love. There's a place that is brighter than tomorrow.
Oh, you can sing, huh?
Oh, bro.
When you muimbi.
There are ways to get there if we care enough for the living. Make a little space to make a better place. Heal the world.
We should play that song.
Make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying if we care enough for the living. For you and for me.
Exactly.
Yeah. We got to try.
The people are like, what song is that?
I know.
Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Who's Michael Jackson, right?
Who is your
He actually sang that song, but he had quite something that
was he white or black?
Lessons. I don't think he knew, but okay.
Yeah.
There are lessons, there's a lot of lessons in his music, but I think that we can actually make it a better place, guys.
Yeah.
We really can, and I think we have a responsibility to do so, and I think we should take it up. Michael Jackson did that like 25 years ago. Did that song. Imagine, it's been 25 years. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. DND here with you, getting into the morning. Dennis Ndu. Dennis. You can decide which Dennis you're starting with, but Ndu's in the mid-row.
Right.
We're having some conversations this morning, and I heard something yesterday, and I was like, really funny. Where Ipoa? Sipoa. So we're starting off with that conversation at 7 o'clock today. Macharia Njeru is the founding chair of IPOA, and he's also the ex-vice chair of the Judicial Service Commission. And we're asking questions this morning, and he's going to guide us in that conversation about, all right, what steps, who's going to take responsibility in terms of the rule of law, and what kind of order should we see when we are dealing. We saw that IPOA did give a statement yesterday. And, they've asked for certain recommendations. We're going to be made certain recommendations. And we're going to be looking into those this morning with Macharia Njeru, right? And then after 7 o'clock, we'll get into a conversation at 8 o'clock with Francis Gashanja, who is, the Secretary General of the Nairobi Hawkers Association, and Dr. Raymond Nyeris, who is a Vice Chairperson of the Kenya National Human Rights Commission. Bloodlines. We also see that in today's headlines, we see stories of paid for vigilante, paid for goons. And these two gentlemen will be talking about the struggle between business safety and hooliganism. Who is who in the hooligan, right? Finally, at 9 o'clock, Steve Ogola is a constitutional and governance expert. We're going to be talking about balancing constitutional rights and public order. Where your rights end, does that mean that the public or the government rights begin? And that's where we are talking and getting into things this morning. All in an attempt to make the world a better place. It sounds so cliche, but there's something that we can do. Doesn't matter where we are or who you are. And you're never too small to then be able to make it a better place. For you and for me and the entire human race. You can do it. We can. And
you really sing, do you?
I do.
She does. Were you in the choir or something?
Closeted. I think I should do some
closet voice.
I think I should do some covers for something somewhere.
We should. I used to be a rapper.
Bus. It's over. The band.
Dropping bars.
He can dance. I sing. You rap. Let's go. D&D. In fact, that's the name of the band.
Yeah. let's do something.
I'll do the hook.
Yeah.
Okay. And then.
I mean, you have microphones already.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Eve. Producer, you've heard things are moving very fast.
Cameras are here. I'll just be dancing.
I used to be bad back in the days.
Back in the day, you used to be bad.
I'll come by.
I used to sign autographs.
I love
high school.
You guy.
Yeah.
Aya, we are in Rwanda. To give today's probably,
And in Rwanda, good morning, is Mwaramutse. Mwaramutse neza. So you say Mwaramutse.
Mwaramutse neza.
Yes, that's how you greetings in Rwanda, where their local language is Kinyarwanda, but also speak French, English, and Swahili.
Yep.
And it is a country that, Kenya, we were told, watoto watapata free laptops. That remains to be a story. But in Rwanda, it is a fact that is happening. And children actually do enjoy these laptops. That aside from the genocide, 800 people died in the country. And it is a point in Rwanda that just changed the trajectory of that country, because they said, never again will we go back to that time. And our proverb today: the road does not tell the traveler anything. The road does not tell the traveler anything.
There's a book, or is it a poem, done by Robert Frost, I think. The Road Less Traveled. The Road Less Traveled, and it goes on to talk about is the one that is known. So you know what the road is like, so you don't go on it as often because you are aware of it. But you really don't know what lies ahead.
Yes.
So do you stay home, or do you say, well, I'm going to get on the road and see what happens, but I'm going to have everything that I need to go for it? Is that what you do? I guess it's a question.
It's a question.
In a response to how we see that proverb. The road less traveled is what? What did you say?
The road does not tell the traveler anything.
It doesn't. You have to figure it out as you go along.
Yes.
You have to figure it out. You need to know then when the bumps. And I also heard somebody say that, he could drive from Nairobi to Kisumu with his eyes closed because he's been on that road so many times. But he had to have done it 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes.
Had to have done it, and then you know where the nooks and crannies, where the bumps, the valleys, the highs, the lows are. But you have to attempt it.
Yes. So pretty much it's all about life. Has no warnings, man. You just have to live it, but be wise while at it. You never know what will be thrown your way. Yeah.
It reminds me of a phrase: life owes you nothing.
Yeah.
You're not entitled to any specific outcomes, and no one owes you anything.
Absolutely.
You have to make best use and create your own experience by the words you speak and by the thoughts in your mind. You create your own world. You frame your own world. And it will give you back. You know how you say the energy you release is the energy you receive.
Absolutely.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So whether it's happiness, it's comfort, it's joy, it's peace, it's love. You
It's
give
what
love
you
to
put
receive
in.
Yeah.
love. Very true.
Just reminded me of a point where you were with my son, when you just smile, he smiles back. When you frown, they're like, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
So what you give is what you receive.
It's true even with kids. Like I enjoy my moments with my son. If I smile, he smiles back, and it's the most beautiful thing.
Yeah, you give it. The energy reverberates.
If I frown, he will look so confused. Like,
what's going on here?
Yeah.
Then if I do the peekaboo again, he laughs, he smiles. It's what you give out is what you receive.
You guy.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. If you give it, and that's the thing. I remember I'm on that love tip this morning. If you give it out, that's what comes back.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It comes back at you. And I just remember Edward. Of course, Edward. Every time he signed out, he used that, and he said, "May the road rise to meet you." And that's essentially what we're talking about.
Yeah.
May it rise to meet you where you are, but you're also giving something. You're taking the step. It'll rise to meet you. You have to take the step.
And if it doesn't give you what you're giving out, like Maya Angelou said, still I rise.
Still I rise. Absolutely. This is it, guys. And we're going to take a few minutes to say hi to you. If you're tuned in on our live streams, YouTube, Facebook, and on X this morning, this is a Situation Room, and karibu to our audiences on different platforms, KTN, as we get into the morning to have these conversations. Let's say a quick hello to you, because we know that you're tuned in from different parts of the world this morning. Dennis is laughing. What is laughing you?
I've just seen somebody saying, Kwani ya kukuchi. Look out the window. It's still dark.
It's still dark.
And it's 5 minutes to 6:30.
I think the winters are coming.
Yeah.
It's here. It's that time where it's going to be dark until 8 o'clock and dark at 4. Fun times ahead, Nick. Yeah. It's here. Don Sabwa, good morning. And you say that the arrested OCS mobile number now being used to solicit for funds while it is in the hands of IPOA. Yeah? Kenya is interesting. How are you, Ndu Aseto and Dennis? And you say you are? When he says, how are you? You say you are.
Tuko fiti.
Abbas, thanks. That's all I was looking for. Desmond says, good morning. A certain leader thought that substituting one co-leader with another former leader would quench the chaos, but it's worse. I know, it's crazy. Michael Olande is tuned in from the land of 1,000 hills. Charles Harrison says good morning. Good morning, Spice family. Tuned in from Mombasa. Linus Kitonga says good morning. Good morning, Spice, says Jackson. As we rise today, let's continue to boldly condemn police brutality in Kenya. Justice must never wear a uniform of fear. Peace, love, and accountability always. Amen, brother. Raya says good morning, Spice family. Festus says good morning. Tuned in from Machakos this morning. Good morning, N2Ds. That's another one. We're looking for a name for our band, guys, so help us out. Watching from NM. Which one is NM? New Mexico? Tell us. Praying for Bonnie Mwangi. Kudos, guys. You rock. Asante sana. I'm going to have to, go through because we're looking at quite a number of people in hospital. Tune in from Doha, says Stephen Omori. Hello, Princess Ndu, Aseto, and Dennis. Will we see the pledge of 3 million in building houses for the family of Boniface Mwangi? Karaoke? Well, let's see, says Leo. Daniel says good morning, tuned in. Spy Simon Kibiru is tuned in this morning. Good morning, Ndu and the Dennises. I wish you a blessed day. Well, we see you. Erica War says good morning. Bwangi Juma says good morning. Hope you guys are okay. Aren't you? We are.
We are.
Good morning, Kings and Queen. Kitengela Eco-Locked. Joseph says good morning. We see command responsibility at work already. I know. We heard the governor for Homa Bay speak, and then other things happened. Chamgay, my people, greeting from the city of Nairobi, now Penda Sana and go to Nakupenda Pia. Good morning, Spice, says Jose. Peter Guitar is also tuned in this morning, and he says, I am, it's because I am, because we are. That's okay. Charles Ndieka says good morning. There's a lot happening in my motherland, Kenya. Pray for Kenya. Indeed, we must. Good morning, beautiful people. Good morning, Morris Andati. Joy Naomi, we know you, we see you, we know your handwriting. Good morning, Mrs. So you say good morning. What's wrong with you?
Good morning.
To Joy Naomi.
Yeah, good morning.
Look at him blush.
Look at him blushing. Hey.
No, I'm not blushing. I'm just happy.
You're happy. It's very good to be happy like that. Schwalis says good morning. Emily Kilachi. Oh, it's an interesting name. Not heard it yet. Peter Wanjala says good morning. Lee Chitherman says good morning. June was a teenager in 2019. Now 2025. She's married and have 5 kids. I'm telling you. Keith Kenotti says good morning. D&D tuned in. Always a plug as a ghost listener. Well, boo. Good morning and welcome. Thank you for always putting your comments in there when you've just tuned in. Guys are saying situation is Hali. So Jumbe's room. What did you say room is?
Chumba.
Hali ya chumba.
Hali ya chumba. If that's a direct translation, eh?
Chumba cha hali. Anyway.
Oh, okay. So condition is hali. Okay. Everybody know. Beneath Auma says good morning. Good morning, Spice team. Another day to praise and serve the Lord. Amen. Kennedy Amani. Thank you, guys. That's really great to see your comments. Lovely singing. Asante Sana. Agola, beautiful lady. Good morning, folks. Charlie says, we need that today. Yeah, we all need a little bit more love. I'm telling you, it doesn't hurt. We all need a little bit more love. Asante Sana. You should be healed, Kenya. Have 10 minutes of silence with yourself every day. We should. Good morning, Jose Mahinda. Bernard Odongo says, good morning. Great vocals, Asante Sana. Make an effort and do some singing commercially. Think so. Kennedy Kenya Joy, good morning. Ivan Amondi Odera says good morning, tuning from Nairobi West. Good morning. As persons of disability, we are outraged at the blatant disregard for human rights. John Nene, okay, because where I'm from, I would say Nene. I don't know if to be saying it differently, but Nene, good morning to you. Ne is mother in my language, so Nene is like my mother.
My mother.
Okay, so I'm just going to go with that, shall we? The sisters say good morning, praying for a better Kenya. Indeed, we are. John Otieno, Bwangi Juma, Hesbon Sidon, Innocent Mwanyumba says good morning, love your show, Asante Sana. Angela Githieki says good morning, Spice FM. Ndu Dennis and Dennis, you are sugar and spice and all things nice. Asante Sana. Beatrice to see you. Isaiah, where you guys, there's so many of you in the room this morning. Albert Gisore, Rashid, Paul Njehia, good morning. Kamoro Wayu says good morning as well. Caroline Kithinji says good morning. Maureen Londo and Albert Gisore, good morning. We definitely all need a little love, and I know that Atieno is kicking in from Kilifi at some point. Good morning to everybody, and Karibu Sana. We take the minutes to do that because it is important to do so. We can't have this show without you guys. And as we get into the room this morning, and even for those who watch that we don't hear or see, we don't take you for granted at all. Let's look into the headline, shall we? Take a few minutes to do that, and then we'll come back and look into the meat of the story. The bold newspaper, Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. The headline on The Standard today.
What?
Just give me a moment. Thug bosses. Okay, let me do it properly. Thug bosses. That's the headline on The Standard this morning. When police marched side by side with rungu-wielding goons on Nairobi streets who were coming from Governor Johnson Sakaja's City Hall office, some wearing county t-shirts, the line between law enforcer and lawbreaker blurred to nothing. The so-called crackdown on protest morphed into a coordinated rampage. Looting, assault and destruction ran unchecked. Innocent Wananchi bore the brunt as thugs beat them and vandalized property, all whilst Shakaja clung to his hollow protect businesses mantra. IG Kanja remains conspicuously silent, failing to condemn officers who protected the goons. This story is covered on 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9 of The Standard. Other headlines that we're looking at in The Standard: victims' families still grieving as traders struggle to recoup losses. It's another day of trying to do that in the city today. How Gen Z use social media to mobilize and sustain resistance. I'm telling you, that thing is a phenomenon that needs to be studied and actually put in a book somewhere.
Yes.
Because if you want to look at from the time of Albert Ojwang, and people started going crazy, whether it was on X, especially X, and all of this information came to the fore. Then fast forward to Tuesday, when this young man was shot. In an hour, people knew who this shooter's name was, where he lives, his family. They had pulled up stories about him, everything. And this was happening on X. And a lot of the information that you then gather, that you then take to move on to the next step, comes from there. I'm telling you, it needs to be studied.
I remember there is even an individual who put that image when he was on the vehicle, some AI, and it just
got him to turn around,
and his
you
face
see what he
was
looks
finally
like.
there.
Where?
Yeah.
Technology.
Yeah. Play not with it. Kanja in a sports over brutality from the police. It's good that we have the founding chair of IPOA who will be in the hot seat at 7 o'clock, because they'll tell us, guys, come on, what are we doing? Outrage over police shooting, state-sanctioned gang violence. Lagat to shed light on Ojwang's killing. That is supposed to happen soon. Let's see. And OCS, his deputy, to remain in custody over blogger's death. So OCS Talam and his deputy will remain in custody until the 1st of July. Okay, so that's what's on The Standard. Let's look at others.
Let's go to the Daily Nation. And the Daily Nation still talks about the demos and how chaos was planned in the city. Goons for hire plans to disrupt Tuesday's protest in Nairobi started as early as last Thursday, with fresh details on the recruitment and facilitation of goons to take on the mostly youthful and peaceful demonstrators emerging. The criminals' unholy alliance with anti-riot officers in the reign of terror on the streets was also a clear manifestation of blessings from above. There we have in their words, that is National Police Service spokesperson Michael Mushiri, Korogosho MC Absalom Odhiambo Onyango, and Mr. Calvin's Okoh Gaucho. And you remember the guy who said miracle babies? Gilbert Dare finally passed on in Kisumu.
It's true.
Yes.
Oh, okay, because I heard it a couple of days ago and I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, may God rest his soul in peace.
Rest his soul in peace,
okay.
yeah. So if the motto, dare to do, is anything to go by, the late Gilbert Dare died an overachiever, but in an interesting fashion. It is a story that we shall be going through a little bit later. And why Ruto critics in Nyanza are trooping to State House. We've seen the likes of Gladys Wanga, Uchilo Ayako, James Orengo and Anyang' Nyong'o holding talks with President William Ruto. Is it so that they can't be silent because they've been critical of his leadership? Only time will tell. And Iran rejects Trump order to surrender in its war with Israel. We were told yesterday by the ambassador to Kenya from Iran. Surrender for what?
To who?
To who and why? Yeah. If you attack me, do you expect that I'll smile at you?
What's the question?
D.O.
Well, the Star newspaper, why Raila team is no longer at ease. So recent political blunders, mysterious abductions and extrajudicial executions have unsettled former Prime Minister Raila Odinga's camp. Then at the bottom there, karaoke in ICU after medics removed bullet from head. Suicide leaves families in grief, trauma, stigma. And that same story of Dare. Miracle Baby's pastor Dare dies in road crash. Police are blaming the driver for failure to keep to his lane on the Bondo Kisumu Road. There's another story here in the inside pages where broad-based implosion. Why Raila's Orange Party team is no longer at ease. It's just a follow-up to that headline. And then new ferry set to change Kisumu's transport system. So Kenya Shipyard Limited is in partnership with the Bangladeshi company has started building a 29-meter ferry to enhance safe and efficient transport for passengers and vehicles across Lake Victoria. IPOA summons Lagat to record statement over Ojwang's murder. And then, what else is here? Lobby empowers domestic helps. And so many other different stories. You know, this thing of, you heard yesterday, as we look into now the main stories that we're carrying today, that the question of rubber bullets, live bullets.
Yeah.
And I had this argument, and sorry, this I felt it was a bit more personal. So you point a gun at someone's face, whether you are going to shoot a plastic, a paper bullet, or whatever to cause those kind of injuries. So the justification is it was not a live bullet, it was a rubber bullet.
No.
What?
What?
Yeah.
What? Baldergash? What?
No police officer was deployed with live bullets. They are all rubber bullets. That was the statement.
I mean, are we kidding?
Yeah.
Somebody's fighting for his life.
I can't believe that we even open our mouths. No, I'm not even going to say we, because my shadow cannot be associated with such kind of justification. That they would give such a justification for that it was a rubber bullet. Does that then justify you putting a gun in somebody's face? You basically blew his brain to smithereens, and doctors had to work in surgery to put it back together. He is still in critical condition. We do not know if he's going to survive. Should he survive, we don't know the quality of life that he will have after that. And then you can open your mouth and talk about the justification that you're giving is that it was a rubber bullet. I don't care if it was a paper gun. The fact that you put it in somebody's face and you threaten them, in this case to within an inch of their life, it says a lot. And that you would give that kind of justification says a lot more. And I keep saying, you guys, the problems that we have are much deeper than what we are seeing at surface level. Much deeper.
He's on mechanical ventilation.
For God's sake.
His father said he's just happy that his heart is beating. And somebody can dare say, it was a rubber bullet. What?
And somebody can also say, I've been telling you guys, don't provoke the police.
Yeah.
Because if you provoke them, this is what we see. I think we're living on
And there
Mars.
is also someone who says, I support the police in everything that they do. They're doing a good job. I will keep on investing in you, Yeah.
You guys, we need love.
What goes around
comes around. Tenfold, brother.
Including your words.
Yes.
Whatever you speak, it will circle back. And one day you'll give a different story. It's a joke. It's simply a joke. And a bad one for that matter. Anywho,
we need to make the world a better place, you guys.
This
thing is on my head. It's on my heart. It's on my heart in a way that I don't know why it is. But if we continue to fill the gap that we see with this animosity, with this killing, with this murder, we have a problem. But if we actually look at a place where we are filling this gap with love, I think we will find the difference here. Michael Jackson was onto something, and as we go to the break, we come back, and we're going to sing those words again. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me.
Is the Situation Room the only way to...
This is not an announcement, it's a fact.
To plant trees and protect our environment.
To drive mentorship and education.
To grow businesses with funding and training.
To share with our communities.
Since 2020, we've honored this pact.
As we mark 5 years, we renew it because all impact begins with a pact. I&M Foundation, celebrating 5 years of impact. powered by I&M Bank.
Oh, great! This June, the biggest Club World Cup ever held is here. The 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. Recharge your subscription on your current bouquet for 2 months and get upgraded free to the next high bouquet for 60 days. A competition across the continent. 30 action-packed days of top-notch football from 32 best club teams from around the world. Recharge your subscription today to never miss a moment of a competition like never before. On the move, download StarTimes on and watch every goal, every moment, anytime, anywhere. StarTimes Sports, beyond passion. StarTimes, enjoy digital life.
Provides the inspiration for Leipzig.
Traffic.
All right, let's take a look at what's happening on the roads this morning as we come through towards the beginning of traffic hour in no time. And it's not cracking too badly as you come off of the Ithaca Superhighway. There is some traffic as you then approach Survey, and that is already doing the bumper-to-bumper thing. And it's coming in heavy from that Roiro Junction area. And also on Jogo Road, there's some traffic here that's starting to build as well. As you get on towards Capital Centre on Mombasa Road, heading out towards the Nyayo Stadium roundabout, there's some traffic here. And Gong Road, there has some traffic as well. We're going to keep an eye on all of this and see what happens as we get properly into Thursday. Keep it here, let's talk and keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4
So if you are a stranger to
SpiceFM,
Jerusalem
Nairobi.
and you don't know what we are talking about here, let me tell you that there were protests that took place in the city of Nairobi, and we saw some isolated in other parts, Mombasa specifically and others, but that a lot of this then spilled over to the place whereby we are talking about that there were sponsored goons who came in. And there are two stories here that we look into really quickly. Conjure in a spot over brutality from the police. Rogue officers who shot Hawker have been arrested. Karaoke suffered severe brain injury, according to doctors. You see these stories that I'm telling you that makes my heart heavy. All of these things happened on one day. One day. Outrage over police shooting, state-sanctioned gang violence. One day. And then the next stories we are looking at, Langat to shed light on Ojwang's killing. That happens with IPOA today. OCS, his deputy, to remain in custody over blogger's death. And if we then look onto the next page of the Standard, police made no attempts to keep Ojwang alive after being beaten. Hypocrisy from top politicians exposed by police impunity. These all coming from events that took place on what? Another one day. We are still on Thursday, guys, and I keep saying that it looks as though we are dealing with 1,000 days. But this story on the revolt. Tears flowed freely as Paul Tata recounted how his son was killed during last year's anti-government protests that left a trail of death and destruction in Mombasa. In his own words, his life and that of his family lost meaning after Emmanuel Gig died of suffocation from tear gas. Gig was not part of the protesters. He was waiting for a matatu at the Mwembe Tayari stage to go home in Mikindani. The Meru National Police the Meru National Polytechnic student had not reported back to college due to a fee balance. Eyewitnesses' accounts would state that he inhaled the dangerous gas and died as medics tried to resuscitate him at a nearby hospital. We need justice for Emmanuel, as I skip in that story, according to his father. We need all those who lost their lives as a result of police high-handedness. I will only rest when we get justice for my son. The government has remained mum all through. Let them own up and even offer compensation. And these are the stories then that start to form the narrative around these things that we speak of. And if we look at what the doctors say about what Karaoke suffered, Boniface Karaoke, the 22-year-old hawker who was shot at close range by police officers during Tuesday's demonstration in Nairobi, is under round-the-clock observation at the Kenyatta National Hospital. Yesterday, the hospital CEO, William Sigilai, said the patient remains on mechanical ventilation as medics keep close observation. He was critically ill with a gunshot on the head, resulting in a severe brain injury and excessive bleeding. The emergency team, led by Dr. Sugut, swung into action, stabilized his condition and placed him on life support. What they do not know is if he will make it. And we keep asking the question and say, so why did they shoot him? What was the justification? Did he say something? It doesn't, even if he did, why did we see such action take place? The words that are being used are state-sanctioned gang violence. Also, when we look at the violence that was meted upon protesters in the city on Tuesday. And all of this, we are talking about one country.
Yeah.
It's the stories of one country.
I told you last week, a source told me the planned, the protest, Tuesday's protests, and including future protests. My source told me the plan was there are groups that had been identified, and each group had a role and tools that they were going to use in these protests. But what was the most scariest thing I heard is the plan was try and stab a few women in town, because the effect of stabbing a man is different from the effect of stabbing a woman. So you'll draw public outrage. When now the calls are, see what these protests are doing to our women, to our mothers on the streets. So blame it on the protesters, that look, they are criminal outfits that have infiltrated these protests, and therefore the more reason to ban them. And so the plan, and I remember I told you last week before this happened, the plan was they're going to get into the city, beat up people, stab, and the target was specifically just try stab 1 or 2 or 3 to make the headlines.
And you remember
this is what's happening.
Yeah, that's what happened, because remember Manasseh was here, and she says when she tried to stop one of the goons, she was slapped straight in the eye. She came in with a red eye. And one of the footages as well, there's this lady who wanted to cross the road. She tried to run, they ran after her, she beat her up and stole from her. So relate what your source is saying with regards to what you've said, and it's clear, it's all there. Even on page 2 of the Daily Nation, it says it was all planned. And the recruitment from areas like Congo, Dagoretti North, there is Dagoretti South, and the estate chairmen were given strict instructions to ensure that they deal with the protesters very well. So they've admitted themselves that they were paid 2,000 shillings for anyone who has a border to carry 2 billion passengers who are armed to the teeth.
That information before this protest, when this person told me that was the plan, I was a bit skeptical. I just wanted to see. I was in town on Tuesday. There was a group that was around City Hall area. Another one was coming through University, through University. And each border had the rider plus 2 people, like Dennis is saying. And you look at the weapons that they had. So you had a group that had whips. You had another group that was carrying this
batons.
Yes, and they were all new. They were all new. They were bought, and they were dropped somewhere, and each person was given, and it was so clear that they were getting escorts. So we live in a country of denial on video evidence that is not manipulated, coming from different sources, and you can say no. Not a single one of them was arrested by the police. Not a single one of them was beaten by the police. Not a single one of them was tear gassed by the police. And in some cases, they're actually even giving instructions. And let me tell you, the collision points and the chaos, when you look at the location, it was very strategic. The whole plan was make sure you tighten Moi Avenue and Kenyatta Avenue. This is where the tear gas was being dropped. This is where the crowds were fleeing to. This is where the goons used to now chaos to rob people. Now, the street back alleys, this is the east side of the Moi Avenue. This is where goons were mugging people, mugging pedestrians. Some were chased into matatus and bystanders fleeing. Then the central streets, then you go all the way to Imenti House and the Imenti area. So there were choke points within the CBD that had been mapped by these goons. So it didn't matter where you're running to. you are going to find another group where you're running to. And so what they did was just seize the city, and because they had instructions to make sure that the Walinde town, they were robbing, because they've received instructions from high above. Guys, go do this. So it's almost like releasing rabid dogs on the streets. What do you expect the dogs are going to do?
There you go.
Sorry for using that word. But that's the behavior, what you're seeing, it was madness.
Wild.
Let me just read a quote of one of the guys, one of the sources. I was called on Monday evening and told there was a job if I was interested. I did not hesitate as I needed the money. I was promised 2,000 shillings and told that the police had been briefed so they won't harm us. It's not me saying it is.
Yeah. And, unfortunately, from what, if you call it allegations, call it conjecture, if we have top politicians and top county bosses then being named in these issues, one wants to wonder what exactly is going on. This forms the basis of our conversations that we'll be having this morning. Let's look at a few other stories making headlines.
Yeah, so there is this story of the traders. I shall be having that conversation a little bit later, but just the effect of the same. And here we talk about some businesses across Nairobi Central Business District remained closed as the day of protest descended into chaos. Scattered glass and shattered windows lined the streets after several shops were looted by goons, leaving traders counting heavy losses as goods and property was stolen in the mayhem. One of the worst hit businesses was an IT solutions shop in Moi Avenue. A group of looters broke in and made away with dozens of laptops. The group had earlier vandalized another shop at the junction of Moi Avenue and Kenyatta Avenue before targeting their building. Now, we were watching from a distance as they looted the first shop. Moments later, they came to our shop and they smashed our shop glass windows and tried to force their way in. Now, if you look at what leaders in the city have said, we will make sure that we protect the businesses here. But then again, with reports that you're getting that they are the ones that sent the goons who then turned rogue and went to steal from the people of Nairobi, one asks the question, what exactly were you protecting if the people you sent on the streets are the ones stealing and making it difficult for the people who pay your taxes to operate in the city?
Yeah. Okay.
I go to another story?
Let's
try and move away from the death, the killings and everything to something that, might just slide under quietly. The Hustler Fund. So, the Auditor General, Nancy Gathongo, questions how 8 billion Kenya shillings was spent without proper request or accountability. So, the Auditor General has flagged 8 billion shillings allocated to the Hustler Fund in the financial year ending June 2023 as unaccounted for despite the National Treasury. Now, the Auditor General has said in her report for the year ending June 2023 that the State Department spent 14 billion despite having an approved budget of 22.96 billion. This means there was an under-absorption of 8.2 billion, which represents 36% of the entire allocation. Now, Cooperative Principal Secretary Patrick Ilemi, who appeared before the National Assembly Public Accounts Committee, chaired by Butere MP Tindi Mwale, was at pains to explain how the money was spent as the Auditor General raised questions of underfunding, which came in the way of implementing planned activities. Now, here's where my question is. Just the other day, the audit around the Hustler Fund was, okay, there are people who bado hajarudisha pesa. We still need more money, pump more money into this kitty so that it can go serve the hustlers. Now, the Auditor General is saying money was released, but there is money that is unaccounted for. There is an under-absorption of 8.2 billion. Hii pesa iko wapi?
Ninawauliza
I
mimi kuna kitu ulisema jana, system ya majambas.
Do you remember this is the same hustler fund that at the beginning of it, they were asked, okay, so this is great, there's a hustler fund, but it's public fund, first of all, so that means there needs to be an implementation metrics where you need to have a setup, office that's going to be dealt with, and all of that needs to be gazetted, who you're going to make the CEO and all of this, and it was that the fund was actually operational without these implementation infrastructure in place, right? So do you then see how easy it would be for 8 billion shillings to then just, fly out the window? If you have no mode of proper operation, how do you expect that you have a proper mode of accounting and approval and all of this? If we are dealing with the same fund where people have borrowed since it came into inception and have never paid the money back, and even in terms of follow-up, nobody has actually started to follow, what do you expect? 8 billion shillings gonna make? I'm surprised it was not more. Can you imagine that's where we've reached? That we actually say 22 billion shillings was the budget they had? Only 8 billion can't be accounted for? Wow, it's impressive.
Can I tell you why that can't be accounted for? Here's the answer. Kilemi attributes the missing funds to procedural gaps, even as he explained that funding requests in government must be initiated by a department's chief finance officer through the principal secretary, who subsequently forwards to the National Treasury, yada, yada, yada. In quotes, in this case, the 8 billion Kenya shillings may not have been requested through the proper channels. And that is why it did not come through, he explained. Even as he admitted he may not fully account for the 8 billion shillings, the PS made reference to the transitional challenges in government departments at the beginning of Kenya Kwanza administration. So according to the PS, when the new administration came into power, the State Department for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, SMEs, had not yet been established in government financial systems. So to this end, Kilemi is explaining that responsibility of initiating the Hustler Fund rested temporarily on the State Department for Cooperatives, which he was heading at the time.
Oh, knock me over with a feather.
Hey.
What? Do you know what? You see that explanation that has been given in Parliament?
Yes.
Hapo ndio your story imefanya.
Nimekunywa maji.
Finished.
You know how they say in Swahili? Imeenda.
Because let me ask the question. It is the Kenya Kwanza government that came up with the Hustler Fund, right?
Yes.
One would assume that they had come up with a structure on how these funds would be
the thing
operationalized.
Was taken to court because there was no operationalization matrix. And here we are saying, Gavongo is saying what? Procedure. How do you follow procedure if you don't have infrastructure set up? So one must ask, was it at the very beginning set up with an intention to move money?
Yeah.
You have to ask. Because did Kenyans borrow the 8 billion? That's missing. No, they're saying the 14 billion is what was borrowed. See, my head is aching already and it's only 7 o'clock. Ah! Okay.
You cannot account.
You cannot.
For 8, do you know, just picture 8 billion. Just picture 8 billion.
You're talking about 8 billion. There's a time when this show we're talking about the 140 million that was donated to a church and how many classes it can construct.
Yeah.
You remember we do that, Mark?
Yeah.
Now do talk about 8 billion. Remember 8 billion is perhaps an allocation for some counties in the country. Yeah.
And then you say there's no money to pay school fees. See, I beg you, people should just leave me alone.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you what MPs did. Maybe a good thing, depending. They've rejected the proposal to allow KRA access to phone and bank private data. They've said, you want to look at what? Because they realize even us, we're involved. No. Lawmakers have backed proposals by the National Assembly Committee on Finance to amend contentious clauses to the Finance Bill 2025.
Can I tell you something? Someone was telling me, come on, are we kidding ourselves? If KRA decides to access my phone and your bank private data, wewe ni mwananchi mdogo sana, there's not much to look into. But these guys know. If KRA decides to get into the MP's bank accounts,
they will find it.
Their phones to check transactions and all these guys. Kitawaramba.
Yeah.
Like they've said they're not going to allow
But you see, the beautiful part is KRA can still do it anyway. It's just that there is no law. So it's just that they're saying, KRA, please, we don't want to give you the right to do it. So,
see, they're the ones who are going to discuss it in Parliament, and then they'll say yes or they'll say no. But in this case, they're just telling KRA in advance that, see, where we are going to say no. So that part of the finance bill might come under contention. These are the stories that are making headlines, and of course many more, and we start to look into some of them, into the conversations this morning. And the first of that is Mashara and Jero in the hot seat at 7.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Deputy Inspector General Police Eliud Lagarde is today expected to appear before IPOA, the last of 21 individuals required to give statements in connection with the murder of teacher and blogger Albert Ojwang. Ojwang, who died at Nairobi Central Police Station 2 weeks ago, had been arrested in Homa Bay County for allegedly defaming Lagarde on social media. Speaking during a news conference on Wednesday, IPOA chairperson Isaac Hassan said the authority had found a basis to issue the summon. Hassan further announced that several civilians have appeared in court in connection to the case.
Civilians who have been also arrested include Kelvin Mutisia Mutava, who allegedly interfered with the CCTV footage, and 3 others, namely Brian Njue, Collins Karani, and Jean Amito, who were inmates at the Central Police Station on the material day. They were taken to various courts. IPOA, through its investigating officer, made applications in court for all the arraigned suspects to be held for more time to allow IPOA to conclude its investigations.
The National Police Service has suspended Constables Clincy Barasa Masinde and Duncan Kiprono, who were involved in the shooting of hawker Boniface Kariuki during Tuesday's protests in Nairobi. NPS spokesperson Mushiri Nyaga confirmed the 2 officers were arrested and are in custody pending legal action. He described the incident as a serious rights violation and assured the public that justice will be served. The incident has sparked public outrage, with the Kenyatta University Students' Union threatening mass protests.
Anyone who is misusing the policemen in uniform in this country, we are coming for you. We know what we can do. And the people united, we are not going to be defeated. Comrades, power. Lastly, we want to warn the so-called director of police. Is the person giving the police these orders to come and shoot aimlessly using live bullets.
Security agencies have assured that they are fully prepared for the upcoming demonstrations on June the 25th to mark the first anniversary of last year's Gen Z-led protests. Addressing the press on Wednesday, Nairobi Regional Police Commander George Seder confirmed that police had received formal notification from organizers of the planned protests. Seder revealed that they'd already developed a comprehensive security strategy to safeguard both demonstrators and the general public. He also called on protesters to maintain peace and respect public order, warning against any form of provocation or violence that could lead to unnecessary confrontations.
Remember, it will be a working day. We shall be having other people operating shops, hotels, and even other advantages. We are looking more uncivilized when we start converging, and then as we continue, it turns violent. It beats now the logics of conducting it. And this is what is making the situation now to become worse. They become reactive. Like even the other time last Thursday, you saw some going to rough up the officers who are armed, provocative. We are not there to be at war with you, the public. We are there just to provide safety.
This comes a day after Busia Senator Okoh Mtata called for Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja's impeachment, alleging that the governor hired goons who infiltrated Tuesday's protests in Nairobi.
Gavana ndiye analeta wahuni kufuruga amani kwenye mitaa ya Nairobi, kupiga watu ambao wanafanya kazi, watu ambao walimchagua tuingia kwenye kiti. So mimi naomba kwamba huyu Sakaja aidha ajuzulu ama MCS wa impeach akuje kule Senate tumfute kazi. Hatuwezi kuwa na jangili ambaye anakaa kwa ofisi ya governor Nairobi. Nairobi ndio city.
Counties will receive 415 billion shillings in the 2025-2026 financial year after mediation talks between the Senate and the National Assembly. The mediation talks were initiated last Friday after senators demanded 465 billion shillings, while the National Assembly held firm on Treasury's proposal of 405 billion shillings. Senators had maintained that the lower allocation would disproportionately disadvantage counties, noting that the Council of Governors had proposed 536 billion shillings as the equitable share for counties. Here are Mediation Committee co-chairpersons Senator Ali Rob of Mandera, representing the Senate, and Alego Songa MP Samuel Atandi from the National Assembly, speaking to reporters on Wednesday.
We have made some very, very good progress that I would like to say that we now have a figure which we would like members to formally engage on, and the figure is 415 billion.
It has dawned on the Senate that, at 415, beyond that, it appeared to us like we are trying to milk a stone. And finally, we have come to an agreement.
That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
Spice FM. Spice FM. Nakuru.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
All right, at a few minutes after 7 o'clock, let's take a quick look at what's happening on the streets as we're clicking into traffic hour this morning. And it's starting to build up on the Thika Superhighway coming in from Githurai through towards Survey. But then as you get to the Allsops Junction and then actually heading towards Survey, not too bad. Then get towards the Pangani underpass and we're bumper to bumper. Let's see what happens as we get through it. Kiambu Road is also starting to build and we have some traffic coming off of Waiyaki Way heading into the city this morning. There is some traffic also building on the Eastern Bypass heading through towards North Airport Road, and we're going to keep an eye on all of this as we go into traffic hour. Let's talk and keep things moving. Spice FM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
7 minutes
Nairobi.
after 7, and getting into this morning and our conversations on the Situation Room. Ndu, Dennis with you as we then go into continuing very important and vital conversations around things that are happening in the country and indeed in the region and around the world. As we get into that conversation for this hour, I definitely want to ask you a question. Are you passionate about creating a better future for Kenya? Well, if you are, so is the I&M Foundation, the social investment arm of I&M Bank Kenya. For the last 5 years, the I&M Foundation has been making a real difference, investing a significant 2% of the bank's profits, the highest commitment in the Kenyan banking sector, into impactful programs. Their work focuses on vital areas like education and skills development, economic empowerment, and enabling giving. But today, we want to highlight their leadership in environmental conservation. The I&M Foundation is dedicated to protecting our precious natural heritage through strategic partnerships and community-driven initiatives, ensuring a sustainable future for all. They believe in impact, and are achieving it through focused action. As we renew our pact to keep impacting, learn more about I&M Foundation's vital work and how you can potentially collaborate by visiting imbankgroup.com/foundation to learn more. Powered by I&M.
Well, business orders say are transaction costs cutting into your bottom line? Do you need capital to grow? Well, I&M Bank is powering your hustle with the I&M Solo Biz account. Lower your costs with free Bank to M-Pesa and Airtel money transfers. Receive customer payments easily with Lipa na I&M. But there's more. Need to restock? Use Jazza stock. Fulfilling a big order? Get LPO financing. Plus, access unsecured business loans of up to 5 million shillings. So stop just running a business. Start growing it. Open your individual or solo biz account today via the I&M Bank on the Go app.
Fantastic. On the go app, and so that you find a way to get into business. All of this happening through I&M. We're getting into conversation this hour, and there are many questions. We saw at the end of yesterday the information that came from IPOA in terms of what they're going to do getting into Thursday, and that forms the basis of conversations that we'll have today. Joining us in the hot seat this morning is the founding chair of IPOA and wears many hats, but is joining us in the Situation Room this morning. Mashara Njeru Wakili, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm very okay. Thank you so much for inviting me.
And thank you for coming and gracing the hot seat with your presence today. Police accountability and oversight. Who will be accountable for the lives lost? Who polices the police? And there is a body there. We want to find out, what do we expect and what can we, if we should, demand? And so we'll get into that conversation in just a minute. But as you know, we want to welcome you with today's proverb. Dennis is going to share today's proverb. He'll tell you where it's from, and we'd love to hear your interpretation of it.
Yeah, the country that you're in today, when you say Moramutse, you respond Moramutse Neza. Moramutse?
What's that?
Moramutse,
Exactly.
it's how they say, it's how the greetings. Moramutse.
Okay.
Moramutse Neza. Neza.
All
Yes.
right.
And this country is also known as the home of 1,000 hills. It is considered to be one of the cleanest and green countries, not only in Africa, but the world. Population of 13 million people, but one that also suffered a genocide. Over 800,000 people were killed, and the country said, we will remember what happened, but also purpose never to go back there again. It is also a country that is one of the first in terms of banning plastic bags, and it is implemented to the core. We're talking about Rwanda. And our proverb today, the road does not tell the traveler anything. The road does not tell the traveler anything. What do you make of that?
For me, it's the way I would interpret it is that when anybody starts a journey, and when I say anybody, it also includes even a group of people. At the end of the day, in that journey, is largely determined by the focus, the thoughts, the choices you make. It's all about, it's about you, because people will always start a journey, but some will never end it. Some will end it. But even as they end that journey, there's a lot that will happen in between. So it's all about the choices you make, the determination, the focus, and your mind at the end of the day. So it's up to you. You are given the choices. In fact, in philosophy, it's said that if there's one thing that every human being has complete control over, it's their mind. Yes. You don't even have control over your body, but at least the mind, you have total control over it, even if you're in prison.
Yeah. Wow. Well, there we go into it. The events of the country in the last 2 weeks, unless you live in Mars, are no secret to anyone, Wakili. And things have been tumbling in a very rapid fashion, whether it is people, an individual being killed, and the questions as to what happened to him, they're not very clear in terms of answers. And then the responsibility that is demanded of certain independent institutions to have those questions answered, then it starts to snowball. And before you know it, there's a protest in the city and yet another individual is injured in that manner, but many more, scores of others injured and then having to be taken to hospital. This is the picture of the country at the moment. But the question is that there are institutions that have been mandated to ensure that after the fact, because unfortunately an organization that like IPOA deals with things that happen after the fact. We cannot preempt, we cannot presume. They have to deal with a lot of these issues maybe while they're going on or when they have happened. But then the question becomes, why are we lagging? And just a little bit of information, the Independent Policing Oversight Authority summoned Deputy Inspector General of Police Eliud Lagat as part of an ongoing investigation into the death of Albert Ojwang, a teacher and popular social media influencer, and that is to happen today. This forms the basis for the questions and conversation that we have this morning. That as a founding chair of IPOA, and we know what the mandate ought to be. Do we expect that, or do we see things happening in the manner in which they ought to, or is the speed and alacrity that is being demanded, is it too much to ask?
It's not too much to ask. Well, let me start by extending my condolences to the family of Albert Ojwang and the many others who have actually been killed. There are a lot of Gen Zs who have been killed, and many other Kenyans who don't belong to the age of Gen Zs, and others have been maimed. And it's extremely sad that we're in this situation, because we shouldn't be there in the first place. Because it is the responsibility of any sensible government to provide safety and security to all Kenyans. That's a primary obligation of a functional government. And any government that does not provide security, safety and security to its citizens has no business being in government. I always say to myself that the government that really is living in tune with the expectations of the Constitution upon being put in power must ensure the safety and security. They must ensure also they put in policy that will guarantee every Kenyan at least to have 2 square meals a day, to ensure that our kids are able to have basic and good education, because that's right, and also health. At least there are some fundamental obligations that the government should be able to have, but starting with safety and security. So we shouldn't even be here in the first place, that every time we are firefighting. Because, see, it's like they want to numb Kenyans by creating a terrible scenario where every day we are talking about issues of safety and security. And you can even see that we are even degenerating to a level where they are now even working hand in glove with goons. That's now a terrible spiral of a situation. And for me, I would say as a Kenyan, they should be ashamed of themselves wherever they are, because a country that has a robust institution that, many years, decades after independence, we are getting to a level whereby, situations that should have been there in Romanian times, centuries ago. Now you have a country, and then people are wearing suits and moving around, even in foreign capitals, pretending that, that they are running a clean government, a functional government. They should sit on the table with other leaders of civilized, countries. So really, it's shameful. They should even ask themselves, how do they sit down and when they reflect on them, when they look in the mirror, how do they think? How do they think of themselves? They have families, they have children. When you're even allowing other people to be killed, and they're not being killed because that they are a threat to national security. You see, if somebody is planning to undertake a major terrorist act, Kenyans will understand if you take firm action against that person, especially if they are posing danger to the country. If somebody is about to cause mayhem or murder, you can understand in the process of exchange of gunfire or something like that. But now here are people who are just being accused of very small offenses, that they've written things in social media. I mean, one thing is that if you are a leader, you're occupying a position, the moment you take a public position, you must be prepared for even, being attacked. It's normal. It's not anything that you should be able to, you have to develop thick skin. What is the big deal about people writing about you in social media? Granted, we agree. There are many times that in social media, people write perpetrate falsehoods. We've all borne the brunt of that. But is that a reason to kill somebody? To go causing mayhem and, I think these people are equating themselves with God. that they are superhuman, that they are above everybody else. Laws don't matter. That, that they are everything. They are not. They need to understand that they are not. They are just one person or two people, a few among the many Kenyans, And if you feel that you do not want to be attacked at any given time, then you don't have to be in public office. You can just leave and others will occupy those positions. So to me, that's my starting point.
And that is what the law has been introduced in order to do. That if individuals, for example, don't want to live by those tenets that you talk about, just be decent, just be a dignified human being first, that if you can't do that, then the law comes in to then be able to streamline us to do. But still, we see an abrogation of the law. We see an ignorance of the law. And in this time, we're using ignorance as a verb, that you ignore essentially what the law says and you do as you wish along the lines of the things that you've mentioned. So it seems as though there has been a constant yet compounded straying away of the law. And there are institutions that should then be able to gear us back, but we are not.
Yeah, my sister, you've been philosophical, actually. When you say about how we should live, philosophers. When I say philosopher, I have three in mind. These two in mind particular. Somebody called Marcus Aurelius, another one called Epictetus. What they say is that our obligation as human beings in this world is just to be good, decent human beings.
Yep.
If you live with that philosophy in mind, just to be a good, decent human being, every day when you wake up, wherever you go, whatever you do, just be a decent human being. And this is an obligation that even they are more for public officials, state officers, public officials, the people who serve the public. Because it behoves on you to be decent and good to the people that you are leading. Because you've been given an obligation. Even for these police officers, the police commanders, you've been given an obligation. And it's a big task and an honor. By the way, in being a public servant or a state officer, or even being political leadership, you should know that you've been chosen among from many to go and lead people. Their lives depend on you. Their hopes and inspirations depend on you. So do the right thing. Now, in our country, we keep changing laws, introducing fresh laws. We already have so many laws. The problem is not in the laws. It's in the implementation. It's in the observance, following those laws. Because, see, the problem with our political leadership, times and again, they believe in their minds that the laws are not meant for them. They are meant for others. They'll quote the laws and start talking, speaking in volumes and saying all the nice things, up to where, it affects them, where they think that it's not convenient for them, or they feel that it's adverse to them. Now the law ceases to be important. But when it applies to others, they start now quoting it to us, That's why you'll find them in churches or even in forums. They speak as if they are angels, they are very good people. Yet, the things that they tell us to do, they are not willing to apply them themselves. They say the fish starts rotting from the head. And you see, people will align if they can see that their leaders are doing the right things, that the things that they are preaching are the things that they are also abiding by. So it is the examples that they set. It's just like even in our families. If you are saying one thing and then doing the other, how do you expect the children and that they are going to follow the guidance that you are giving to them? It's not possible. So it is extremely important that these leaders understand that they have to do the right thing. There's no problem at all with the laws. And we shouldn't be reacting. You see, for me, even as IPOA and other institutions are investigating and they're doing all those things, there are things that shouldn't have happened. Like, take an example, the case of Albert Ojwang. What he was being accused of, from what I've seen, is a misdemeanor. You're not talking of a big offense. These are offenses that are billable. It's an offense that really you could easily have just been summoned. A telephone call and sending him by WhatsApp, just as police summons, telling him, appear in Nairobi or wherever is the station, you come and write a statement. Why do you have to deploy immense government resources to go and pick a guy? You are spending government fuel. You are taking so many officers to go and collect a guy for a simple thing. Why? Because the person who is the complainant is a bully. He thinks that he's a law unto himself. It is even sad that the person who is a commander. You're a very senior officer. Why would you want... And you see, you are the commander. The people that even you are sending, you are the commander to these people. Which in my view is even wrong in itself because there's no accountability there. You cannot be a commander and you are complaining to yourself because you're the commander. You're using the people whom you have command and control over. Things will go wrong because these people will be excited about the whole thing. In fact, the ideal situation should have been that since you're the commander, complain to your line manager who is above you, so that things can be handled in a better manner without emotions, in a professional manner. So there is a problem there. And if you look at the pattern of how people who are being accused of engaging in social media in a way that does not make this political class and the big people happy, you will see a pattern that these people, there's no intention actually to observe due process of the law. There's a clear pattern whereby the intention is to harm them. It's like to scare people into submission. So it's like it is something that has been agreed somewhere that let us clamp down on these people as much as possible, even as we go towards 2027. My message to them is that it won't work. You are dealing with a very aware population, a population that understands their rights under the Constitution. How many people are you going to harm? How many people are you going to kill? It's not possible. It's just not possible. Then you are dealing also with a citizenry that you have completely, made sure that their lives have become so difficult. So they're angry and they're entitled to it. When you go making sure that people cannot even have a decent standard of living, the children are not going to school, even when they go to school, it's an education that is completely, gone, the wrong direction. Healthcare is gone completely the wrong direction. People's pay slips, the cost of living is so high. You're dealing with an angry population. Deal with their issues. Don't focus on clamping down on them because they are complaining. Because complaining they will. They will complain today, they will complain tomorrow, they will complain until whether the issues are dealt with or they drive you out of office. That's the reality. So don't clamp down on the people who are writing these things on social media because they're angry. All of us are angry. Even I am angry. So even I complain and everybody in this room is complaining. And there's nothing you can do about it. Every time you're in an Uber or in a taxi, the moment you sit down, even when you just want to be quiet, you find the driver is already starting to complain. Everybody is complaining in churches everywhere. So the only people who are happy are the political class because they have everything easy. So if you think that by clamping down on people that you're not resolving it. If anything, it will only get worse. So resolve the issues and don't focus on the messengers who are writing these things. But now coming to the independent agencies, they are letting us down. Because see the problem, most of these independent agencies are in bed with our oppressors. And that is the problem. Sometimes they behave as if they are not part of this country.
Does that include IPOA?
It includes that IPOA. And you see the problem is that the quality of the people who have also been put. The problem, if you look at the cohort of the institutions that were there post-2010 constitutions, the ones that started between 2012 and 2018, they were fairly independent. We were independent. In fact, for us, like even one who were in IPOA, in 2013, 2014, early, just after we had come to office, there was an OCS who killed a prisoner.
Yes.
And then what he did is that he had a prisoner framed for murder charges, a guy called Kevin Odhiambo. And actually a trial started. The trial was on the verge of where the guy would have actually been convicted and sentenced for murder. And it is not until the complaint was brought to us by IJM. And then fresh investigations were undertaken. And it was found the guy who was going through the trial was actually not the guy who was responsible for the murder. It was the OCS. So an independent investigation was done and he was taken to court. He had killed somebody called Martin Kome or something, if I could remember correctly. And he was sentenced to death. It was the first time in the history of Kenya that a senior police officer was being tried for murder and sentenced to death. It had never happened before, And I remember that time, there was hue and cry by the police leadership, by the political leadership. IPOA stood firm. It stood firm because we knew that we had to stand on the right side of the law. So it is possible to do it. It's possible. But now, you see, one of the things that us we did in IPOA, the IPOA that we started, we made sure that the people we recruited as investigators were civilians. We were not recruiting police officers. Because we knew that the moment you do that, you can't have police officers
checking
investigating
themselves.
their own. So what we did is that we went into we came up with a strategic decision that we would rather have very experienced investigators of international stature. They come and train our people on job training as the investigations are starting and we are building our capacity.
Yeah.
We have people who are credible. So we got FBI and we entered into an arrangement with the US government. And of course we informed the government and they agreed to it. They were reluctant, but we told them there's no way we're going to have our investigators trained by CID, the same characters who are being accused of all this mayhem. So they agreed and we had FBI with us. We had somebody else from New Zealand, a very senior guy who had done also, independent investigations on policing oversight just like us. They trained our civilians. We had civilians. One of the mistakes that the subsequent IPOAs have done is to start bringing police officers to IPOA. And things will go wrong time and again. I'm telling them on air, things will already going wrong and they'll go wrong. We know some of the things that happen in that institution. So the way they started doing their things after we left is one of the primary reasons why we have all these problems. And to me, again, I blame the political class because what they did is that they discovered that when you have independent-minded people in institutions, it doesn't augur well for them. So for the quality of the people they started bringing in was not quality of people who are professional. And I'm clear about it because this is a problem that is facing many other independent institutions. So we'll continue having problems. The problem is not the law. It's about the quality of the human capital. And you see, like the other day when this issue of Albert Ajuang arose, then you have a chair of Independent Policing Oversight Authority in a press conference with police commanders. It's shameful. And there's somebody who has a legal background. How do you do that? Even what kind of an impression, what kind of an image are you creating?
So in that case,
the members of the public.
So in that case, Macharia, should Kenyans have trust in IPOA as it's currently constituted?
Well, I hope, in my view, I really hope that they're able to stand, look themselves in the mirror and make sure they do the right thing for Kenya. They have to do it. They have no choice. They have absolutely no choice. They've already let us down. I do not want to judge them now beyond that. I hope they'll do the right thing. I hope they do realize that this is not about them, it's about Kenya. It's about accountability. And you do not want a situation whereby, because you are dealing with Kenyans who are watching very closely. So even if you try to play games, they'll see through it, It's already wrong to have reached where we are in the first place. But they'll see through it. The jury is still out there. We'll see how they deal with this situation.
I want to quote the CEO of IPOA, Elema Halake. This is what he said. This is regarding the Ojwang's case. We are already 12 days into this investigation. The whole question of persons of interest, which we'll deal with later, who qualifies to be a person of interest, because the DIG is yet to write a statement 12 days later. Everybody else, including family members, has. Now, to quote the CEO, when he was asked why the DIG, Eliud Lagat, has not written any statement yet, this is what he said, and I quote, "We will eventually summon Lagat, and at the moment, we are conducting our investigations in a logical sequence. So the reason we haven't started with the complainant is that certain facts are already clear. We are not saying we won't investigate the complainant. Rather, we are following a specific sequence in how we conduct the English." Hii ni kizungu mingi.
The English?
Elema Halake is somebody I know at a personal level because we recruited him at the time when I was at IPOA. A very outstanding officer, and I do not question his integrity. I do not question his ability. The problem is that the way the institution works is that it is very much dependent on the commissioners themselves, because they are the ones who make the determination. The way we used to do our work at our time was that we had put a clear distinction between the management side and the board side, for us, the commissioner, we never used to interfere with the work of the management. In fact, we had a process whereby when complaints were coming in, there was a case intake committee. They are the ones now among themselves. We had put people from different departments who would verify and see this a matter that falls within a mandate, and it's a matter that is ripe for investigation. Then it will go all the way to the investigators. Again, there will be a team of investigators. Then from there will be, an assurance system where you'd ensure that there is quality assurance. Then after that, once they are satisfied, there would now be a committee where there would be one or two commissioners now who their purpose would not be to interfere with what has been done, but to check that all the process have been followed. Then the matter is followed, sent to the ODPP. Things have since changed there because of interference by the commissioners, where they started taking over the work of the management. So, why I've given you that background is that he may have the best of the intentions and his team, but we don't know about the bosses, the commissioners themselves, the ones who are in charge, because that's where the problem starts. When they start interfering with the work of the management, even sometimes when they want to do the right thing. You see, for us, we never at any time used to tell the investigators, we hear that investigation you're doing, please stop it or slow down. Never, it never used to happen. In fact, for me as the chair, I never even used to want to know the details of as long as the process has been followed, finish it, take it to the ODPP. I have no business to come and interfere with it. I can tell you that many times some of those people who are being investigated, they would look for my number, call me, say that, we are senior police officers, there are some situations about the police who would want to meet and that kind of thing. I would tell them if it's an issue that you don't want to discuss, we are going to give you an appointment, let's meet in IPOA. They would come to IPOA, they would find me there with the team of IPOA waiting to hear. I would never meet anybody alone. If they come and start talking about investigation, I would tell them, here are the people and all that, the matter will just follow the due process. Now, that has since changed in that institution, because I know for a fact that many a times that even when they are doing the right thing, they are stopped. So why I'm telling you that is that the team that is there, remember this Elema and his team, they are answerable now to their bosses within IPOA. So the question is, will their bosses let them do the right thing? That I do not know because I don't work there.
Okay. Let's take a break at this point, because then we're having this conversation on a day where the thing that has been asked for the longest time might essentially happen, with then the calling of the DIG forward for statement giving with IPOA. But if this is coming off the place where Wakili is saying that, well, unfortunately, due process is not followed, that it's almost as though there's a cowardly approach to some of these things, then we are already asking the question, so is this a window dressing exercise? We'll come back and continue with this conversation. The founding chair of IPOA is Macharia Njeru. He is in the hot seat this morning. We'll continue after this break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Oh, great! This June, the biggest Club World Cup ever held is here. The 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. Recharge your subscription on your current bouquet for 2 months and get upgraded free to the next higher bouquet for 60 days. A competition across the continent. 30 action-packed days of top-notch football from 32 best club teams from around the world. Recharge your subscription today to never miss a moment of a competition like never before. On the move, download StarTimes on and watch every goal, every moment, anytime, anywhere. StarTimes Sports, beyond passion. StarTimes, enjoy digital life.
Provides the inspiration for Leipzig.
This is not an announcement, it's a pact.
To plant trees and protect our environment.
To drive mentorship and education.
To grow businesses with funding and training.
To share with our communities.
Since 2020, we've honored this pact.
As we mark 5 years, we renew it, because all impact begins with a pact. I&M Foundation, celebrating 5 years of impact, powered by I&M Bank.
Traffic.
All right, we're into traffic hour, and the traffic on the Eastern Bypass heading towards North Airport Road is probably the most that we'll see around the city for now. There's also a smidgen of traffic as you get towards Cabanas on Mombasa Road, and then heading out towards the Capital Centre, it'll slow down just a little bit. And there's traffic coming in on Langata Road, also touching on Uhuru Highway, so that going into the city is quite busy. There's traffic on the Thika Superhighway coming in from the Allsops Junction, going then into town, and on Kiambu Road it's busy as well. We're seeing traffic also starting to form on Limuru Road, as well as coming into Lower Kabete and Spring Valley. I beg your pardon, Wayaki Way is also busy with crossover traffic from the James Gishuru area through towards Red Hill Link Road. So that's what we're looking at. We're getting into traffic hour. It's still in an attempt to keep things moving this Thursday. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done
when
right.
you talk about
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
8 o'clock. This is The Situation Room. We're continuing with conversations with Macharia. Sorry, go ahead, Dennis.
Yeah, Njeru, now, when you talk about IPOA and how it's doing its job, there are various matters that you've just talked about. And we start with the police being protectors of the law and ensuring that the law is maintained and that order is there. That is their role. But then again, there is IPOA that is in there to ensure that there are excesses that are checked, hence the entry of IPOD to ensure that the police is oversighted. Then we get to the influence of the political class and how you hear statements being made right now that we will summon IPOA because they have summoned DIG because DIG apparently who is linked to Albert Ojwang's death has done a good job for them before, therefore they will summon IPOA. And the need for Kenyans to see that there is movement within investigation of police officers, because then again Kenyans are saying in 2025 nothing much happened, 2024 nothing much happened, no investigations are taking place, and it seems as though police have been emboldened and are asking Kenyans that tukiwaua mtadu. What does that do to police officers knowing that they can do anything and they will walk scot-free?
You know, politicians are who they are. You know, they are never consistent on anything, so they can do their thing. You know, for me, I would even, if, you know, looking at it from the perspective of any independent institution, we shouldn't even bother so much about what a politician says, because they'll say things. Even when we were there in IPOA, they were still saying things. And I want to go by clear examples, because the way to give a narrative is when you tell a real story. So I'll still go back to a real story of IPOA during our time to just answer your question. You see, there was a time when we had a major case regarding police recruitment, a recruitment that had been done very badly by National Police Service Commission in conjunction with the police service itself, and there was infiltration by the politicians where they came and put in a lot of their people without following process of recruitment, corruption. So what we did is that in our report, when we came up with all those details that had been collected by our inspections teams, they came and there was evidence that there was impropriety. So we said, the thing has to be cancelled, let it be done afresh. And let's ensure that due process is followed. Otherwise, we are going to have contaminated people, you know, who have found their way through corruption and, you know, improper processes. The government refused. In fact, they made it very clear. And I can tell you that at that time, I was summoned. And I went with my vice chair by the president himself, President Kenyatta, and later on by the then deputy president, who is the president now today. They summoned us, and they were, you know, put under pressure to withdraw the case that we were filing and also the report that we had put in, so that the recruitment of the people, you know, could go on. We refused. We said no, we are not going to do it. We've written a report. It is credible, and let this thing just be repeated. They refused, so the matter went to court. It went all the way up to the Court of Appeal. And the Court of Appeal agreed that this recruitment was bad, it has to be repeated. So there was pressure, not even from these small politicians, by the head of state himself and his deputy, who is now the president. So we didn't budge. So to me, if you're doing the right thing, it doesn't matter where the pressure comes from. It behoves on you now as the institution to just do the right thing. You'll even be insulted. We were insulted. It was not a big deal to us. We were insulted in social media. There was, these bloggers, the government bloggers, they were all over us. They did all those things. It did not move us an inch. That is one example I'll give you. The second example I'll give you is of a police officer again who had killed two brothers in Githurai. He killed two brothers in broad daylight, but this time round, when investigations were done by our team and then the file was forwarded to ODPP, it was found that this guy was culpable and he needed to be to be taken to court for the killing of those two brothers. This time it was the public that was on the side of the police officer, because the Githurai residents were of the view that the guy was helping them to clamp down on thugs. That's what they were saying. So the politicians, again led by the then senator, Sonko was the senator at that time, and the local MP, all of them came, and then a group of people, they went all the way to ODPP, then to IPOA, and they were demonstrating and saying that this guy must be released. Then pressure again started from the Inspector General, the leadership, even the political leadership, all of them. The public blocked the roads in Githurai. In fact, for 2 days, no cars were moving from the other side to Nairobi and vice versa. As IPOA, we said, we will not be working under pressure. As long as we are clear that this due process, anybody who wants to support this police officer, fundraise to get him the lawyers. He'll have his day in court. We are not the ones who are going to decide the matter. The matter went to court and he was sentenced to 15 years imprisonment. So why am I giving those two examples? To show that pressure should not matter from wherever it comes from. What should matter? Just do your work and do it correctly. Don't be somebody who will do things to harm somebody because you are doing bidding for somebody. Just follow the law, facts, and evidence. Then you'll be vindicated, and then somebody will have their day. Because you see, the beauty of the cases that are investigated by independent agencies, it doesn't end with them. At the end of the day, it's the court to determine. So as long as you follow due process, just do it. Then once you are done with your, just leave somebody else to take up from there. So I wouldn't be worried by politicians.
Just ask Dennis.
Yeah. So with regard to the investigations being done by IPOA and they're appearing as though there is no movement, are police officers operating from a point of we've done this before, nothing has happened, so
Absolutely.
we can continue?
I agree with you. And you see where the problem started is when IPOA itself started being in bed with the police officers. That's why I've said, the moment they started recruiting police officers, that was mistake number one. The moment they started, this thing of, lovey-dovey things, like where them and police officers, now they are together. Because I started seeing that from the group now that came after us, you could see them, even when they are posting in social media, it's like they are so happy to sit in a, conference and, retreats with the police officers. It's like they've become friends. The moment you do that, you're making a mistake. There's not a single time we ever entertained a situation whereby that we are in bed with the police officers.
But Mashari,
we used to operate at arm's length. That's the way, and that was a mistake.
Mashari, who appoints IPOA?
Now, you see, it's a competitive process. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, it is the political class that will determine who are the people who will end up in that place. So if they don't want you, they'll not get you there. Because remember, they have the ability to influence even that process in itself, because they have representatives even in the panel. And once the names are given to the president, he'll choose the names that he wants. The beauty of the first cohort of the independent institutions, it was soon after promulgation of our constitution. And we are fortunate, I would say we are fortunate, because at that time it was also President Kibaki. President Kibaki, as we all know, was at least respectful of processes. He didn't care much about he did not interfere with the issue of the individuals who are being put in institutions. So we are fortunate, because you'll find that people came through competitive recruitment, and they were vetted properly, and they came into the institution. They were given some bit of leeway. Problems started soon after.
So if the vetting goes through the political class, then the names have to go to the president, correct? How can then IPOA ever be independent when its board is appointed by the same government it's meant to oversee. Is this a question of we're going to fund you but not to work? It's very clear because you are investigating the same people that have the appointing authority. Does this make any sense? How can IPOA be independent then?
You see, to me, the process of the recruitment is not the problem. It starts with the quality of the political leadership itself. Because these people, it's like they don't like somebody who is credible to start with. And if you look at the pattern of their appointments, because it's not just IPOA, it's almost everywhere. You look at their pattern of appointments. It's like for you to be clean, that's a disqualification. They want somebody, who has that, or somebody who is incompetent, or somebody who is not equal to the task. And for them now, the problem is that it has become a question of now rewarding. When you're putting people in this institution, it's not about professionalism or going to do the right thing. It's about a reward, a political reward, or to go and achieve certain objectives. Therein lies the problem, because you see, if you have a quality of leadership that is confident of itself, that is clearly determined to have the right thing being done, in any situation, whether in a corporate environment, whether even in a county government, whether in the national government, things will go right, because then it means that you'll be more keen to ensure that ultimately the public is served in a manner that is in tandem with the constitutional obligations. But now the problem here is that the opposite is what they intend. They do not want the right thing to be done, they want the wrong thing to be done. But having said that, you see, these people, once they're in office, you've been given an office, just do your job, because at the end of the day, you are Kenyan, and even being in that office, you are there to serve the public. So it also, to me, it's also about you as an individual. In fact, a lot of times when you talk about an individual who makes a right decision, they also can't keep blaming other people. And I do not buy this narrative about the issue of the funding. Because for us, in our IPOA of those days, it's not that you're operating with a lot of money. Institutions keep asking for more and more and more money. You can't throw money into problems. That every time there is a problem, your default clause in your mind is that we need more funding. And yet, when you look at the way the funding is utilized, it's not utilized in prioritizing the key areas that where you'll have impact. Management will always tell you that deploy the limited resources to high impact areas where you'll have more impact. Like for us, what we are doing, we are not going for every investigation, including where somebody's complained they've been abused by a police officer. We concentrated particularly deploying our resources where we felt somebody has been murdered, somebody has been injured, somebody has been sexually assaulted. Like I remember we did an investigation of a GSU officer who had sexually assaulted his sister-in-law. And then the police, the GSU refused to hand over that guy. Even the IG refused. We even opened a file for the IG against IG, telling him if you don't surrender this guy to us, we are going to ensure that we also charge you. That's how they surrendered the guy to us. So deploy your resources in the high impact areas. It's not about the funding. It's not about anything else. It's about you as an individual. You have a job to do. Just do it.
Macharia, the current chairperson of IPOA, Ahmed Hassan, has said, and I quote, in 2024 alone, the past year alone, 136 deaths have been linked to police officers. 136 linked to police officers, with an additional 59 people reported to have died in police custody. There's a case here of how many people or how many investigators IPOA has. There's the question of prosecution authority. With this kind of number, in 1 year alone, 136 deaths, and all these are linked to police officers. 59 are reported in police custody. Today, we're dealing with the question of Albert Ocheng. There are so many other in their tens, and these cases are backlogs. How effective can IPOA be when we are looking at the number of these cases? Or is it an issue where the National Police Service, when you're trying to investigate these cases, they stonewall when IPOA is doing this? What is the problem?
You see, to me, the chairman needs to start by asking himself, why do we have a huge spike of those numbers? Why do you have a huge spike of those numbers? particularly I'm concerned about the death in police custody. Why is that happening? Because, you see, IPOA's role is not just to be reactive. Let's remember that. It's also to preempt by making sure that the issue of processes. If you go back again and you can check all our records, we had a very good system of inspection of police cells. In fact, we had a whole directorate of inspectorate whose role was just to keep inspecting the police cells, the police stations, and all that. In fact, we even also came up with a mechanism of rewarding the police stations that were doing the right thing. We had an annual event and police were very proud of it. We would say, yes, we are here investigating you and taking action against you. That is the stick. But there's also the carrot. The ones who do very well will also reward you. And we were funded, and we used to have that. The civil society were involved. It was an annual event and it used to work very well. So that's why you find that at that time, because there was regular inspection and making sure that we would even go and check even the instrument, because the law allows for inspector to do that, to even do spot checks. And we used to do them. That's why, during that time, you would not have those kind of numbers. And this is a reality of the situation. We had small numbers of that happening. Secondly, police also knew that we were taking action. They knew because we were really taking action. By that time, IPOA was feared. But the moment now they started seeing that IPOA is not doing those inspections, they are not taking action, they're in bed with them, of course police will become emboldened. They'll go back to their old self. So to me, that is where the problem starts. But secondly, it's also the nature of the political leadership that we have. These people are just brutal. And that is, one thing also, the reality that a good police service will usually go in tandem with a good political leadership. When you have a good political leadership that is doing the right thing and all that, they'll also not want to misuse the police. The reality of our time is that the police service is now being misused by the political leadership, the highest political leadership. They're misusing these people. It's like now the responsibility of the National Police Service, which, by the way, is no longer a National Police Service. It's a police force now.
It's back to
before the
police
Constitution, we had the Kenya Police Force. And we changed because we wanted a National Police Service. This is not a National Police Service.
Are we saying
they need to withdraw that name, change the police colours and everything?
Are we saying essentially that IPOA, as it is, is then not unable to do its job, but refuses to do the job in the way in which it ought to? We've had them here. Isaac Hassan has told us the problem is, and you've mentioned it, is that there are resources we can't. But I see a very clear-cut situation here. There's been a murder. There has been an attempt on murder by police officers. That was clear. The next action should be just as clear, that there should be indictments, there should be arrests, there should be interrogations, not until the last moment. Does it have to be a situation whereby IPOA waits for the public outcry to be so loud then before something is done? And do we have a situation where today that they will then be able to act on their own with the mandate that they have been given? Is it possible, or are we stabbing in the dark?
They shot themselves in the foot in the manner in which they started doing the operations. It's not just this IPOA, the one that actually came from 2019. That's where the problem started. So they shot themselves, and that was the intention of the political class. Where IPOA is where the political class wanted it to be, unfortunately. So it is there. Let them not keep talking about the issue of resources, because, in fact, when we started, during our time, we started with the 96 million. Them now, they're even being paid they have over 1 billion. And you see, the tragedy of the situation that I find with this IPOA, the ones that followed us, and I'm not playing a blame game. It's very easy for somebody to say, this guy is saying this because he's not the one who is there. The reality is, for us, we faced serious challenges because we were building an institution from scratch. We didn't have any processes, we didn't have investigators, we didn't have anybody, even a messenger, we didn't have anybody. So we had to start from scratch. We had to spend about the first 2 years just building the institution. But even as we were building the institution, we started doing our work. The first investigation that I've given you, the first two that I've given you, we did them when we barely had investigators, and we were still able to do it and take the cases all the way for people even who are convicted. So it's not about resources. And this is something that I have to say to many independent institutions and our country generally. We have this problem every time talking about resources, asking for more money. But if you look at the way the money is spent, it's very discouraging because a lot of this money is spent on retreats, is spent on visiting other foreign capitals, it's spent on, benchmarking. A lot of money is spent, a lot of money. Everywhere you go. You talked about Rwanda, for instance. I have a brother-in-law. I have a sister-in-law who is married there. So by Rwandese, and I know Rwanda a lot because I've visited there many times. You'll hear those people complaining about the way they have so many Kenyans coming for benchmarking from government institutions, that coming to benchmark other countries, and all that. So you hear in many foreign capitals, they say that Kenyans are always in foreign capitals. Again, benchmarking. So a lot of our resources, even when you look at even our budget that has continued rising and rising, you see that we are wasting a lot of money, and a lot of waste also come from these independent institutions. So can they also utilize whatever the available resources in high impact areas and deliver to Kenyans, and not stop keeping on using this issue of resources as an excuse for not doing their job. That when they come and you put them on the defense here in the newsroom, the default clause is resources. We have few investigators. During our time, we had the number was much less. We are still doing our work. So can you at least show even these cases, show even with the limited resources, this is what we are doing with it.
Indeed. Yeah. And that's a good place to end on, as, even from that comment that Joyce says, that incompetence needs to be called out. Lack of doing the right thing needs to be called out. We need to actually speak about it. It'll be interesting to see what the events of today will bring. But we want to thank you so much for being here with us this morning, Macharia, and for,
thank you very much.
The nuggets that you have then shared in terms of what needs to happen and shedding light on some of these things. The founding chair of IPO, Macharia Njero, has been in the hot seat this morning. Conversations continue at 8:01.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. 18 people are now known to have died from cholera as Kenya battles an outbreak of the disease in Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, Migori, Homa Bay, Kwale and Turkana counties. Speaking in Mombasa, Health CS Aden Duale said the ministry's surveillance teams were on high alert as the government has implemented contingency measures to contain the outbreak.
I want to confirm that we have been having cases of cholera in the country in a number of counties, Nairobi being one of them, Homa Bay, Mombasa, Kwale and Turkana, and we have put all the resources and contingency in place. And I'm sure our team, both at the surveillance level and at the public health state department, put everything in motion.
Health PS Mary Mudhoni urged Kenyans to maintain proper hygiene as part of measures to prevent the disease's spread.
Kama sasa nikikaa hapa naona news kuna kolera mahali. Sasa kolera tuliwacha kuonawa mkono lini? Turudie pale mwanzo. Tusipatwe na magonjwa madogo madogo yenye sisi wenyewe tunaweza tukaikinga pale manyumbani mwetu.
The Auditor General has flagged 8 billion shillings allocated to the Hustler Fund in the financial year ending June 2023 as unaccounted for. Nancy Kadungu said the State Department spent 14 billion shillings despite having an approved budget of 22.96 billion shillings. This means there was an under-absorption of 8.2 billion shillings, representing 36% of the entire allocation. Cooperatives PS Patrick Kilemi, who appeared before the National Assembly Public Accounts Committee, was at pains to explain how the money was spent. Clemmy said the department made a request for the transfer of 12 billion shillings to the Hustler Fund, which were processed and transferred, but no request was made for processing the balance of the final batch of 8 billion shillings, thus the under-absorption. Counties will receive 415 billion shillings in the 2025-2026 financial year after mediation talks between the Senate and the National Assembly. The mediation talks were initiated last Friday after senators demanded 465 billion shillings, while the National Assembly held firm on Treasury's proposal of 405 billion shillings. Senators had maintained that the low allocation would disproportionately disadvantage counties, noting that the Council governors had proposed 536 billion shillings as the equitable share for counties. Here, Mediation Committee co-chairpersons Senator Ali Roba of Mandera representing the Senate, and Alego Songa MP Samuel Atandi from the National Assembly speaking to reporters on Wednesday.
We have made some very, very good progress that I would like to say that we now have a figure which we would like members to formally engage on, and the figure is 415 billion.
It has dawned on the Senate that, at 415, beyond that, it appeared to us like we are trying to milk a stone. And finally, we have come to an agreement.
Former Chief Justice David Maraga has reiterated that he will run for president in 2027 as he decried collapse of the rule of law, widespread police killings and entrenched impunity in the country. Maraga, who was speaking during a televised interview, cited the killing of teacher and blogger Albert Ojwang while in police custody. He pledged to work with like-minded Kenyans to steer the country forward.
I'm a lawyer. We have very many other professionals. This country requires very, very many people. Very many people. What I can place before the Kenyans is that I am going to get a team of professionals in various areas. I will not purport to know what is done in the medical field. I will leave that to the experts. What I will do is, I will do the necessary vetting, get the right people in the right place, and once they are there, allow them to work.
The Earth could be doomed to breach the symbolic 1.5 degrees Celsius warming limit in as little as 3 years at current levels of carbon dioxide emissions. That's the stark warning from more than 60 of the world's leading climate scientists in the most up-to-date assessment of the state of global warming. Nearly 200 countries agreed to try to limit global temperature rises to 1.5 degrees Celsius above levels of the late 1800s in a landmark agreement in 2015 with the aim of avoiding some of the worst impacts of climate change. But countries have continued to burn record amounts of coal, oil and gas and chop down carbon-rich forests, leaving the international goal in peril. That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
Taking a look at what's happening with traffic, and we're coming in to the Thika Superhighway, and as you do that, just past Surveys, where we see the most of it happening this morning, it's going to take you all the way through towards Wangari Maathai Way, and then there's traffic then crossing over. It's going to touch on Ojiji Road in that general direction, and then also going towards Chiromo. So that traffic is really crazy right about now. Some of that spills over towards then Uhuru Highway and inbound to the city. It's also busy coming off of Limuru Road in some parts, but we are not seeing a bumper-to-bumper situation just yet. There is traffic then also coming in on the Eastern Bypass, heading through towards North Airport Road. Some of that goes towards Outer Ring at your junctions on both sides, and we're also seeing quite some traffic on Kangunda Road today, in and outbound, and that continues. So let's talk as we get through the morning. If it gets sticky, let us know. There are good routes to use. We'll let you know what those are. We'll talk on SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
If you're tuned into the Situation Room this morning, it is 10 minutes after 8 o'clock, and we get into the third hour of our conversation this morning, where I asked the question, are you passionate about creating a better future for Kenya? So is the I&M Foundation, the social investment arm of I&M Bank Kenya. So for the past 5 years, the I&M Foundation has been making a real difference and investing a significant 2% of the bank's annual profit, and this is the highest commitment in the banking sector into impactful programs. So their work focuses on vital areas like education and skills development, economic empowerment, and enabling giving. But today we want to highlight their leadership in environmental conservation. The I&M Foundation is dedicated to protecting our precious natural heritage through strategic partnerships and community-driven initiatives, ensuring a sustainable future for all. They believe in impact, and are achieving it through focused action. As we renew our pact to keep impacting, learn more about the I&M Foundation's vital work and how you can potentially collaborate by visiting imbankgroup.com/foundation to learn more. Powered by I&M Bank.
And in this tough economic time, sometimes you may feel like someone is not listening, but I&M is listening. When you voiced concerns over bank to M-Pesa charges, they heard you and they waived them. When you struggled with short-term loans, they also heard you and introduced a flexible 90-day option right on your phone. They're listening and they're responding because your financial well-being is their priority. Experience a bank that's on your side. Open your individual or solo biz account today via the I&M Bank on the Go app.
Fantastic. We saw a number of things happening in the city just the other day when there were protests that took place, and folks were up in arms, of course, and we're saying, what's happening here? Because the presence of hooliganism was quite clear, and what we are not sure is that how did those lines cross over between what would have been a peaceful protest, then police intervention, and then clear hooliganism that took over the situation. So joining us in the conversation this morning, two gentlemen. Dr. Raymond Nyeris is the Vice Chairperson of the Kenya National Human Rights Commission, and he's here in the hot seat this morning. Good morning, Dr. Nyeris.
Good morning.
Karibu sana, how are you doing?
Doing very well.
Karibu, thank you.
Asante sana.
For being here. We'll soon be joined by Francis Gashanja, who is the Secretary General of the Nairobi Hawkers Association. We did see quite a lot of individuals who were caught up in the melee of these protests, and quite a number of them injured, and one of them in hospital today in critical condition on a mechanical ventilator. And the doctors, as doing the best they could, are not sure what will happen, but he's under strict and round-the-clock observation to see then what will happen with him. And these are all results of the events that we saw on Tuesday. We're going to get into the conversation, and we ask about business safety and this hooliganism that we see during protests. What way forward? So we'll be discussing that today. But before Francis gets here, Dennis is going to share today's proverb from Rwanda. We'd like to get your interpretation of it.
And in Rwanda, there is one dance that stands out, the Intore dance, that is predominantly known with the Rwandese population, where they just dance as though they're contortionists and whatnot. But that aside as well, they have the Kwita Inzina, which is the ceremony for naming the gorillas in the country. It's a big thing. It is one of the greatest tourism attractions in Rwanda. And the proverb that today comes from Rwanda is, the road does not tell the traveler anything. The road does not tell the traveler anything. What would you make of that?
Thank you so much. First, I want to really appreciate you for giving me this opportunity to appear before this station. And on behalf of the Kenyan National Commission on Human Rights, for your information, it is Kenyan National Commission on Human Rights.
On human rights.
Yes, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. That is something that is new. You said the road does not do what?
Tell the traveler anything.
In my view, I will say the road will tell the traveler where it's going. Because you cannot travel on a road that you do not know. It must be leading you to somewhere where you're supposed to go to. So in my interpretation, I will say the road will lead you to where you are supposed to go to.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
The road will lead you where you're supposed to go. And we'll see that taking place. So we know that Francis Gashanja is running late. He'll join us soon. But, we start this conversation, and just an overview. Unfortunately, we've had some disturbing things, and what would be allegations that there was a planned attack to have, or rather there was a planned scenario whereby we would have goons, hooligans, whatever it is that you want to call them, come into the protest, work alongside police to disrupt the very character of the protest. And then what we then saw was looting, we saw burning, we saw destruction, we saw beating, we saw all kinds of things that resulted in one case, actually in a number of cases, but one that is now catching public attention, whereby a gentleman is fighting for his life. We saw that happen at the hands of police. We saw all kinds of things go on at the same place. And then we're starting to wonder that what is the connection between these goons and this business, and who hires them, and what does this matrix look like? When we're coming from a rights perspective, who protects business owners in the city, because they are audience to this in a lot of cases, or they have to shut down their shops, they have to shut down their businesses when this chaos happens. And the chaos comes about as a result of other parties entering into a process. So who protects their rights as we start into this conversation?
Thank you so much. I want to say that the activities of the last few days, it has alarmed us as a commission. We are perturbed. The trajectory that our country is taking on matters human rights is really disturbing. As a commission, we've witnessed this. When the demonstration was taking place, we were on the ground with our team, and what we witnessed, the incursion, the infiltration of the goons made everything. It caused a lot of disaster to the peaceful demonstrators who were exercising their constitutional right. Let's remember that the exercising of our rights, especially Article 37, is provided for in our Constitution. And we have that inherent right as Kenyans to demonstrate, to assemble, to picket. But when goons, when hooligans are allowed and escorted by the police, like what we witnessed on Tuesday, then we get to wonder, what's happening to our country? We witnessed that, and for the record, we were able to capture 22 injuries, of course, including the one who is in hospital at the moment. And we were surprised.
What type of injuries, sorry?
Of course, some of them, they were beaten. The goons were having
clubs.
They were riding on motorbikes, being escorted by the police officers who are supposed to, ideally, to protect the business people. So some of them were beaten. They were clobbered by these goons, hooligans who were paid. And you've seen even what the county government has said, trying to distance themselves from that. But what we saw, and Kenyans also saw that, they were even using motorbikes. So we were alarmed to see that. But as you said, the police have a duty. They are duty bound to ensure the protections of Kenyans, those who are doing their businesses. Now, we were able to capture, in our streets, there are around 4 people. We have the police who are duty bound and legally expected to protect Kenyans. Then we have the peaceful and armed protesters who are supposed to exercise their rights. And then here we have the business community who are also exercising their right of doing their business. But now there is the 4th person, this illegal person, the hooligan, the goon. And that's the person whom we don't want to see in our streets.
Nyeres, when the demonstrations were happening in the CBD and you could see the hooligans with their clubs and whips being escorted by the police, how did that settle with the commission with regard to the protection of the right to picket, protection of the right to do business in the country, and the right as well to just maintain law and order as police should have maintained that? How did that settle down with the commission?
We were alarmed, just like all Kenyans, and the same evening we issued our statement condemning the hooligans who were destroying property, those who were stealing property, those who caused disruption, because they were not supposed to be there. We expected the peaceful demonstrators. We expected the police to be with them, but we never expected that they will be paid hooligans to disrupt the operations within our city. So the commission was alarmed to see that, and in the same day we were able to issue our statement condemning that. And we will expect the national police to carry out investigation by identifying those goons, so that these business people, they can seek redress.
Dr. Raymond,
yes.
Just a quick one.
Yes.
In terms of just looking at data,
yes.
The Tuesday events,
yes.
you talked about 22 injuries.
Yes.
Just break it down for us in terms of the numbers that you are receiving. You talked about the type of injuries, the clobbering and all that. We've had this argument of there was use of rubber bullets and there was use of live bullets. So the argument here is to qualify that it was not as horrific as people put it. Police are using rubber bullets. Did you find any evidence that this was the case?
The only case we were able to identify where there was the use of bullet is for the victim who is in hospital at the moment.
And was it a rubber bullet?
No, not at all. That must have been that must have been shot. That person must have been shot by the police who was there. Because if there was rubber bullet, that could not cause the kind of injury that person is suffering at the moment.
Yes.
Yes. So, but the rest, those who are clobbered using whatever they were carrying, we can say they were those who were beaten by the goons, the hooligans who were, can say, hired. But the only person we can say was shot is the person who is in Kenyatta National Hospital now, fighting for his life. Yes.
Is it enough to issue statements? Because I think at this point whereby there's so many statements that are issued time and time again, and it just becomes a thing where even those who hear it are just saying, well, okay, well, it's another statement that's been made. Okay, they've made the statement. Let's keep it moving on to the next thing. Is the issuance of statements sufficient in this day and age?
Okay, issuing a statement, in essence, is meant to inform Kenyans of what has happened. So, not many people are aware of what has happened. And as a commission, we are duty-bound to inform Kenyans that these are the happenings of today. And we call upon those who have the responsibility to ensure the protection of Kenyans to take the immediate action that is expected of them so that that scenario can be addressed. For instance, we're able to call upon the police to do investigation so that the culprits can be identified and brought to book.
Okay.
So issuing a statement is better than being silent. Because if you just keep quiet, how will Kenyans know?
Dr.
Yes.
There is the issue of issuing a statement, and there is the issue of following up on investigations that are being taken. You talk of asking the police to conduct investigations in finding out those who committed the atrocities against Kenya and even to business. But then again, if you just go a little bit back, you find that it is the police themselves who are accompanying the goons. So how do police investigate?
Now, there are two, we call upon two institutions to carry out investigations. One, IPOA, for the case of the police who shot that innocent and armed Kenyan. So, and the IPOA swung to action, and we've seen what has happened. Already the two officers have been interdicted. We also call upon the police to carry out investigation for those who are responsible for the looting. Because these are civilians, these are hooligans. So that is the responsibility of the police to ensure that those who carried out the hooliganism are identified. But for the IPOA, they deal with the police to identify those who are responsible. And they have done that.
Okay.
Yes.
Francis Gashanja joins us now as the Secretary General of the Nairobi Hawkers Association. Francis, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Very well.
Karibu sana.
Thank you.
We're glad that you made it.
My apologies for being late.
Thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you.
Obviously, Tuesday was a crazy day in the middle of the city, and people are still, trying to come back from the shock that all of it created and from the disruption that it created. The issue that we want to look into directly, and just getting you right into it as you come into this, is what we've been talking about just before you came. And we ask ourselves the question, for people who own businesses, for people who run businesses, hawkers throughout the city, because they're all over the city, what happened on Tuesday, and what did you see that then became very clear at some point that there's a problem here, and it's not just protesters? Were you in the city? What happened?
Yes, on Tuesday I was in the city, and it all started well, like any other normal days, but there was some tensions because of the demonstration that was to come. And then small groups started gathering up of the real protesters. And then at around 11, there are some other guys who came, who started streaming in the streets of Nairobi, carrying batons. Yeah, and they were somewhere with boda motorbikes, and they were chanting some slogans there, and they were ready to attack any protester, any real protester that was there.
What were they saying?
Okay, they were saying that there shall be no maandamano. Hakuna maandamano leo. Yes. hakuna maandamano. Those were the slogans that they were chanting. Yeah, at first.
At first, and they were just chanting slogans and they were just walking in the street?
They were not just walking.
What was happening?
If they came across a small group of protesters, those Gen Z or those younger guys, they were beating them up and chasing them away with those batons.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did anybody get the idea that they were not acting on their own, but that they were sent by someone?
At first, we did not get that idea, but later it became clear because we saw that even the policemen were not. They were not even chasing them away. It's like they were walking side by side. Yes. Even there was at a point that policemen were giving them tear gas canisters.
I explain. Giving them tear gas canisters for what?
I don't know, because you can just see these are hooligans and they are being given tear gas canister by uniformed police officers. You just wonder where they shall take them.
And what did they do with them, or you just saw them being given and thereafter?
I just saw them being given. And I think we had a video for that. Them being given a tear gas canister, but later on, it was mayhem in town. Yeah, the whole day, people were robbed, people were beaten up, and businesses were robbed. They were breaking to every breakable door. Yeah.
As a member of the business community in Nairobi, your role and your right to equally just do business, like the case of one Kariuki who is in hospital right now, it's his right to do business in the CBD. And when such protests do happen and there is the violence that you see, police working together with hooligans, and there is lawlessness, what exactly does that do to your members and business owners in the CBD?
Yeah, in the case of like that one you have just mentioned of Boniface. Boniface is one of our member. His father is one of our member, and I was there yesterday. We wish him quick recovery, although he's in critical condition. I had an opportunity to enter that ICU at Loud 6 last evening, and he's been supported by machine. It's so unfortunate that Boniface is a hawker who usually fed his goods allowed Mr. Price in Tomboya Street, commercial. But on that fateful day, he was just, because he could not be able to sell the obvious thing that he usually do, the beauty products, that is when he took those face masks and started selling them, because to get the bread of the day. And it is so unfortunate that you could see that even those hooligans who are beating up even hawkers, they were beating up everyone that they were coming across. Then to see that a police officer laughing up those hawkers, it is not only Boniface. Many hawkers were beaten up that day. But for Boniface, it was I can just say it's very unfortunate, because it was captured in camera, yes, and it is a case that went beyond, because it involved a bullet.
Francis,
yes.
Just to back up a bit on the story of Boniface, we have several video footage giving us different angles of what happened to Boniface. So there was an online conversation I saw where people are saying he must have said something to these police officers to provoke the police officers to turn. Because at one point, we see the officers, he was standing, backed up against the wall. He's watching everything going on around him. We don't see him running away. So by the time they're cutting the corner to where he was standing, then the officer is pointing a gun. Then there was another officer again who was trying to aim, but you could almost see he didn't have a clear shot. Then they now come to rough him up. From what you've gathered, the information you've gathered, what exactly happened at that point?
He didn't say anything. Earlier on, I had met Boniface at a loud audience area because he was going aloud selling those masks. He did not say anything. You see, even police officers provoke people to talk or to speak, but he did not say anything. If you look at, I also have those videos from different angles, and the yellow footage. So you cannot, they are not edited. There is nothing that Boniface said that could have provoked those officers. Not even could have provoked the officers. There is nothing that he said. In fact, if you see when he is being laughed up, he's covering his head like he is shielding his head with his hands, with his one hand, the other one holding the face mask. The face mask. So he did not say anything.
At the moment, the lawyers of the two officers who reported to Capitol Hill yesterday are arguing and saying they didn't use live ammunition. They were rubber bullets. From what you've gathered and from what you saw in the hospital in the ICU last evening, was it a rubber bullet or was it a live bullet?
I don't know whether a rubber bullet can be able to penetrate through the skull to the brain, because even from the doctor's report, the doctor said that the brain, there is severe damage to the brain. And I think we also had a brief with the doctor who was there, and he told us that the brain has been damaged severely.
I mean, Daktari, when you hear such cases that we're now talking about, Boniface Mungai, who's now on the spot, whether he said something to the police officers or not, question number one, did he deserve being shot in the head the way he was? On a normal day, one would expect that a police officer would arrest you, take you to a police station, book you in, and take you to court. But when we see that police are easy at pulling the trigger, what message does that send to the Mwananchi in terms of, I trust and I believe that the police would come to the streets and protect my business? The police will come and protect me as a protester against hooligans, as opposed to being afraid that the police will come to the streets, protect the hooligans, and at any given point, if I'm just standing at a corner, they will shoot me.
I agree with you, and let me at this juncture, on behalf of the Commission, also send our quick recovery goodwill to Boniface Kariuki. As you've said, whatever he said, whether he provoked the police officer, nothing justifies or can warrant the shooting of any human being. Whether you provoke a police officer or not. And this is almost the same case that happened with the late Albert Ojwang. Because we are told that he said something which was not good against one of the senior officers, and now we do not have him. So instead of just arresting that person and taking him to court, our police officers are not behaving professionally.
Indeed.
And that is the expectation. Article 244 expects the police to act professionally. But the way they are acting, the way they have managed the situation at the moment, the way they dealt with the late Albert Skate and now Boniface Kariuki, that is diminishing the level of trust between the national police or the police officers and ordinary Mwananchi. Nothing whatsoever can justify the pulling of a trigger against any civilian. The best approach will always be arresting and taking them to court.
Yes. We'll come back and we'll look at the who behind, but let's answer that question about what rubber bullets can actually do. And because the justification has been that, oh, well, it was just rubber bullets, so that should not have been a problem. Well, rubber bullets can cause significant damage, especially when fired at close range, which what we saw happened in that video. While often referred to as less lethal, they're not harmless and can cause serious injuries, including fatalities, depending on the distance and the area of impact. Close range range danger when fired at close range. Again, like we saw, rubber bullets can penetrate the skin, break bones, including the skull, and cause severe tissue damage. Injuries can include skull fractures, brain injury, eye injury, potentially leading to blindness and damage to internal organs. So the less lethal misconception is that they are termed less lethal, and this is misleading. While they may not be designed to kill, they are not harmless and can cause serious permanent injuries, especially when used improperly at a close range. So that justification is essentially thrown out the window. We're taking a break and we'll come back and we're continuing this conversation. Goons in the city. And so we're asking the question, where did they come from and who organized? Because we always say that the business of conflict, however small, is not cheap. Somebody paid for it. You must have heard the rumors. Let's talk about that when we come back from this. Francis Gashanja and Dr. Raymond Nyeri are our guests this hour. We continue at 22 minutes to 9.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This is not an announcement, it's a pact.
To plant trees and protect our environment.
To drive mentorship and education.
To grow businesses with funding and training.
To share with our communities.
Since 2020, we've honored this pact.
As we mark 5 years, we renew it because all impact begins with a pact. I&M Foundation, celebrating 5 years of impact, powered by I&M Bank.
Oh, great! This June, the biggest Club World Cup ever held is here. The 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. Recharge your subscription on your current bouquet for 2 months and get upgraded free to the next higher bouquet for 60 days. A competition across the continent. 30 action-packed days of top-notch football from 32 best club teams from around the world. Recharge your subscription today to never miss a moment of a competition like never before. On the move, download StarTimes on and watch every goal, every moment, anytime, anywhere. StarTimes Sports, beyond passion. StarTimes, enjoy digital life.
Provides the inspiration for Leipzig.
Traffic.
All right, at 20 minutes past, going towards the top of the hour, traffic then continues in certain parts of the city this morning and still pretty busy as you come towards Survey on the Thika Superhighway, and then also coming in from Kiambu Road. A little bit of that traffic is going to form as you get towards Muthaiga Square. Also, coming out of Westlands Wayaki Way, some traffic there. Lower Kabete towards Spring Valley, traffic is starting to form right now, as it does around this hour. And then as you come off of the Eastern Bypass, that traffic has trickled to almost nothing, and we're seeing a little bit of that then going towards North Airport Road and touching on the Cabanas interchange. And then also Outer Ring still continues with some traffic as we head into traffic hour proper. Let's keep an eye on all of this. Keep it moving. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
9 o'clock. Francis Gashanja, the Secretary General of the Nairobi Hawkers Association, as well as the Vice Chair of the Kenya National Human Rights Commission, Dr. Richard Nyeri is here with us this morning, and as we continue having these conversations, we're asking ourselves certain questions, and we're saying, Dr. Raymond Nyeri, as we ask ourselves these questions, and we see certain things happening, and for me, there's no justification here. It shouldn't be. What did he say? There's nothing that you could open your mouth and say that would require that a bullet be put in your head, you know? And then so we start to ask the questions about then what happened, because there have been many things said, whether it is conjecture, whether it is allegations, whether it's somebody just spinning a narrative in their head that the goons were walking alongside police. You said this to us, Francis, and that at some point they did gather around City Hall and pay homage essentially to whom they said was the kingpin and it is my language that they used in some cases to say Igwe. They said this outside of the city hall. What does this mean? And does it mean, Francis, from your understanding, that there was somebody high up who paid for these goons to come into the city?
Well, I think there must be someone who paid for the goons, but it does not necessarily mean that it is whoever that they were mentioning when they were passing City Hall, because I don't think that he can go to that far. But yeah, they were chanting those those things when they were passing there, but we cannot validate and say that it is he is the one who paid for them or who caught them. Yes.
But when you hear statements that are made, I want to tell the youth in Nairobi demonstrating for your rights is allowed, but will not allow the destruction of property again. That will never happen again in Nairobi. Touching vehicles won't bring back our brother Albert Ojwang, so don't try it. You'll find me in town. Then you have other statements that are said. We are not denying that Ojwang died, Mr. Odhiambo said, but was he killed so that vehicles are burned, so that Nairobi is destroyed? Governor Sakaja, form a youth group and pair them with police so that anyone trying to cause chaos is dealt with accordingly. These are statements that were made by leaders. Governor Sakaja made his statement. We find MCAs in Nairobi making these statements. And you find on the very same day when protests are happening, form a youth group and pair them with police. We see youth groups paired with police with batons to deal with protesters. When such statements are made, Daktari, and we have such confrontation that is glaring before the eyes of Kenyans, one would hope that we move into protecting and preventing such acts from happening early. That would call for early investigations, perhaps the individuals making these statements be called in to substantiate what it is they mean by their statements. But we do not see that take place from the police, be it with the NCIC. Why is it that there is seemingly we are more to react than to prevent?
Thank you so much. As for me, looking at the manner in which the hooligans organized, they were using motorbikes, and not one, not two, but more, in terms of more than 20. Now, you can easily conclude that there must be someone behind who maybe fuel these motorbikes, and that's why they were freely moving around. And as he has said, they were chanting no mandamanos, no mandamanos, with a lot of boldness. So the question of why, the level of trust, the police who are supposed to provide security, to maintain law and order, are the ones who are bystanders. They are just working with these people. So, and you expect them now to carry out the investigation on these hooligans? Kenyans do not trust them.
Doctor, what would be the ideal position when you see we have another group of protesters with batons? What would you expect to see the police do?
I will expect the police to ensure there is order in the city. In the first place, when they ensure that there was this demonstration, because the first batch of the demonstrators were peaceful, and those were the people who are exercising their rights. But now come these hooligans and everything runs into disarray. So we expected the police from the word go to stand with the peaceful demonstrators to ensure that everything is done in order. But now they were escorting these people. We saw them.
Yeah, there's an element of literature. It's called imagery.
Yes,
and that usually you see something and it stands for something else. That you can see it very clearly, and that you can tell yourself that okay, the author may not come out directly and say the dog was walking down the road, but that they will paint a picture for you to imagine that the dog was walking down the road. Now, Francis said very clearly to us that they saw at some point, goons and police officers were walking side by side, two by two, like the animals walking into Noah's Ark. They saw this happening. And so for me, that imagery is very clear, whereby you would expect, like you said, Dr. Raymond, you expect that the police would have called this out and then institute law and order. But the imagery is very clear if we look at that picture. If the goons and the police were walking side by side, how can we expect police then to institute law and order if they've already shown you the image of where the position that they have is? They've shown you, you've seen it, you've seen who they're walking with. How do we then put the responsibility back on their shoulders and say, well, actually, you know what? We expect you to actually come and institute law and order in this mess. But we don't see that. If what we do see is a man who's in hospital with a bullet in his head. How can we expect that when the picture is showing? And this is the thing, I think, from our comments here, we see Atticus. I'm going to call you out. Just going to go with what Atticus is saying, that we are shown. We don't need to look very far. We are shown the picture. If it's worth 1,000 words, we are shown the pictures over and over and over again. And yet, we still sit and we say we expect the police to institute law and order, but we see them walking with chaos and disorder. How do we expect the same people who paint a picture in one case to act differently in another case? And we still sit here and expect. My question going to, should we not be doing a little bit more now than expecting?
Yes, we should. The collusion between the police and the hooligans is what is alarming Kenyans. And for us, as Kenyans, we should be calling and expecting that we hold people culpable. Accountability of police officers is key. And this is where Kenyans and all of us must call out on them to ensure that we hold them accountable for their misdeeds. They have abdicated their responsibility. What the law expects of them and what Kenyans expect them to do is what they are not doing. So we will expect that the police are held accountable for failing to discharge their legal mandate of providing law and maintaining law and order in our country.
But I think it gets us to the point whereby, from a human rights perspective, after years and years and years of this kind of... The protests did not start in June 2025.
Yes.
Protests have been happening where people have been killed. We have seen these. So, and for me, and I think that's the place where we're saying the expectation of the hope of expectation has been dashed against the rocks too many times. And we can say unequivocally that the businesses that were destroyed, the goons who came and beat people, they will not be brought to book. If today is Thursday, 2 days after this event happened, and nobody's even whispering and saying, who did this, where are they? Do we expect that in the next... Look, for goodness sake, a man died in the cells 12 days ago. And till today, we are still pussyfooting around an issue. Do we expect that somebody's going to stand up and say, until and unless people say, you know what, enough is enough? Do we expect that somebody out of their own volition is going to stand up and say, actually, you know what, I'm going to comb through all the footage in the city on Tuesday and find the people who did this? We can't expect that to happen. And I think we need to face the reality. We look the reality in the face that we're dealing with a much larger and more serious situation than we are often ready to admit.
What we can say from the situation that was there in the streets, Kenyans are on their own. You see, those police officers and the goons, or the so-called goons, those we think that they were paid, or we believe that there was someone who was paying them. Those are the goons who committed the worst atrocities there in town, robbing everyone, from shops, from anything. And the police were, when they are not together, they were standing in a distance. So when they have finished robbing someone or robbing a shop, that is the time when police would arrive.
When it's over.
When it's over. And maybe through a tear gas canister there. So from where we sit, from where we are, Kenyans are on their own. When there is demonstration, or maybe they wanted to instill fear to the protesters or to Kenyan, so that when you hear that there is protest going on in CBD or in city, you stay away, because the fear, the things that happened even around commercial area, they were not even, you could not even record, because if you were to just remove your phone and record, it was to be snatched. And so many things were not documented, what happened, but it was not good.
I mean, Francis,
yes.
I know hawkers in town, and because you represent them as SG, you have a network of how you work in the CBD. This question of hired goons, some of these individuals were hired to disrupt as early as last week. Did you, in your networks, even hear something was being planned? Because the way they say CBD in Ndogo, did you hear there was a plan to disrupt? Did you hear there was a plan that hired goods were going to infiltrate the protesters? Did you hear anything like that? That's question number one. Question number two, because you've talked about fear, there are many traders, many hawkers who are now scared to operate in the CBD, open their businesses, because earlier on last year when protests were going on, we would see hawkers actually selling water, selling face masks, and it was okay. But as things stand now, what's the position of as SG on hawkers when now we have protests in town? How has it affected how you do your business?
Okay. For the mobilization of the goons, I can say that it was not mostly done in CBD, because those faces, if they were from CBD, I could have recognized those faces. Those faces came maybe from estates, and I think I had maybe they came from estates, not from CBD.
Some of them were saying, some of those hooligans on camera during interviews were actually saying in Swahili, not in very few words, that they were there to protect the businesses. They didn't want protesters to affect the businesses downtown. So hapo ndio hustle yao iko in town. So that's where they eat every day. And so they were there to make sure that they protect their areas of operation. And you're saying those faces are not familiar to you. They were never faces that you had seen before.
Yeah, that one, in fact, I have seen that guy that you're saying. That one is not from CBD. I think he was coached to say so. Yeah, there was another question that you have said.
The one about fear and doing business as hawkers now.
Yeah, there is fear that has been, we have been sowed fear, I can say that. But we shall gather ourselves up and continue doing our business. You see, there is this aspect of fear, and there is this other thing. We need to put our bread on table, and we have to, because most people like hawkers, we live from heart to mouth. So whatever we gather from that day is what you use for supper in the evening.
Yeah.
So with the fear or not, we must be in town at all times, and we cannot allow fear to chip in and.
You see, we talk about a country whose, regardless of what is happening, the economy has to move on. Whether there is fear that is being sold, whether demonstrations, the individuals who depend on people like Francis here and Boniface for their life to continue, regardless of what is happening. And one would only hope that the rule of law would be respected. And as we talk about where the concentration of recruitment happened, here is it was concentrated in Congo area, in Dagoretti North, Dagoretti South, and Mathare. You know, and border riders who are approached and given strict orders to carry 2 armed passengers. You know, this is just information that we are now getting. But then again, Daktari, and one would hope that with all these investigations that are taking place, but what is the future in terms of respect for human rights and just the rule of law in the country? Because the Constitution gives everybody the right to do business, the right to picket, the right to be protected. Even the police themselves are protected by the Constitution. With all this happening, and seemingly that it is the police who are breaking the law, including Kenyans themselves allowing themselves to be hired to go cause mayhem, then the respect and the rule of law in the country seems to have been thrown out of the window. So how do we regain that back? I would want you to just speak to Kenyans, those who are hired goons, including just the police, on the respect of the rule of law.
Thank you so much. This is what I would say. For the business community, they must not, I want to encourage them to stand strong and ensure that they continue with their businesses. I know the environment under which they are operating may not be conducive at the moment, as Francis has said, especially when there are goons who are determined to steal, to destroy their property. Considering also the sacrifices these people have made, the investments they have built, and then within a short time, it's no more. It is very discouraging. But because they have that right of doing business, they must continue. And I want to call upon the police, because the police in our country have a duty of ensuring the protection of these businesses. They must work in hand with the business community, ensure they engage on a daily basis so that they can guarantee the safety of these business operations within the city. And for Kenyans, consider our country is governed by the rule of law, and allowing ourselves to be used by few individuals to cause mayhem is not acceptable at all. And if we accept to do that, then we will be ruining our country. And you know, we have this is the only country we have, and we must ensure we protect so that those who are doing their businesses can enjoy doing their businesses in an environment that is safe and protected. Yeah.
Daktari, quickly, in just less than a minute, beyond documentation, what can your commission do to the families of those that have been affected by police brutality and, in the most recent cases, fatalities?
We can seek redress. We have a department that deals with redress, offering redress, and that's what we can do. For those who have lost their properties, these are people, they can seek redress after identifying. Because the loss of property, the owning of property is our right, the right to property. And so when you lose your property, you can seek redress on the same. While the police, on the other side, can carry out investigation and identify these hooligans, so that if they identify, they can be charged in a court of law. So our commission can offer support, legal, to those who are affected. And we are not starting that. We've been doing that, and we will continue doing that. Besides carrying out investigation and then working with other agencies like the National Police Service and even IPOA. Yes.
The next few days are going to be interesting in terms of how things happen, because we know that protests will continue in the city, and I think it's a litmus test for then how serious we are about making sure that, you know, human rights are actually protected, that businesses and the right to do certain things are protected, and that those who are in positions to solidify these are actually doing what they ought to. Gentlemen, thank you for both of you for being here. Francis Gashanga is the Secretary General of the Nairobi Hawkers Association, as well as Dr. Raymond Nyeris, who is the Vice Chair of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Thank you both for being here this morning, and we watch and see and we keep talking. Asante sana. Good morning. 9 a.m.
Asante sana. Thank you.
SpiceFM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Bungoma County is grappling with a worrying rise in bilharzia and intestinal worm infections, despite ongoing efforts by the county government in partnership with the African Institute for Health Development to combat these neglected tropical diseases. Through the partnership, the county has rolled out mass drug administration and public sensitization campaigns to tackle the diseases. However, health officials warn that infection rates remain alarmingly high in several several rural areas, not least because of persistent sanitation challenges. Currently, the county's pit latrine coverage stands at 86.6%, still below the 100% target needed to stop open defecation and break the transmission cycle of neglected tropical diseases. This even comes as Health CS Aden Dwale has confirmed a cholera outbreak in 6 counties, which has so far claimed 18 lives.
I want to confirm that we have been having cases of cholera in the country in a number of counties, Nairobi being one of them, Homa Bay, Mombasa, Kwale and Turkana, and we have put all the resources and contingency in place. And I'm sure our team, both at the surveillance level and at the public health state department, put everything in motion.
In Kilifi County, officials have raised concern over a spike in cases of sexual gender-based violence, particularly against children. Riziki Abdallah, who's from the Children's Department in Kilifi South constituency, has emphasized the need for more awareness to tackle the problem, noting that Junju and Mtepeni wards have recorded the highest number of cases.
Hivi punde zenye zimeripotiwa, ukiangalia Junju ward na Mtepeni kidogo vimeanza kuchibuka. Ukiona visa vimefuatana karibu viwili vitatu, ujue hapo kuna shida. Kwa sababu kama saa hizi tunaweza kaa hata mwezi mzima uone hii Shimoleteo bado haijaleta visa vya ubakaji. Haijaleta kuna mtoto amedhulumiwa kingono. Kumaanisha Shimoleteo iko na watu wengi wenye wanafanya masuala ya awareness.
In Trans Nzoia County, officials have raised concern over an increase in the number of teenage pregnancies, particularly in Endebe's constituency. The county's reproductive health officer, Christine Kemboi, has called for collaborative efforts to tackle the problem.
As Trans Nzoia here especially, we are leading in Chepchoina with 24%. I want all of us to hold hands, work as a team, and ensure we don't have the teenage pregnancies. We also call upon the other arms of government to ensure that these people who are making our girls pregnant, decisive actions are taken. Let's avoid mambo ya kumalizia maneno kule nyumbani. Na wewe kama mzazi unapomalizia maneno kule nyumbani, we will come for you. We want to ensure our girl goes through school na asome vizuri. We also have the challenge of triple threat.
Endebe's Deputy Commissioner Stanley Tor has directed chiefs and their deputies to report all cases of child sexual abuse and ensure that perpetrators are held to account.
Msichana wasome na mtu yule anakuja kutafuta msichana huyu siavalishe bibi yake uniform au akimwona ama namna gani wasichana. Kuna baadhi hata kuna kesi nyingine moja tumekuwa nayo hapa, mwalimu ameajiriwa na ameenda kunyemelea mtoto, amempachika mimba. Pia tunatetea vijana kwa sababu boy child pia is at risk. So tunataka tusawasishe mambo, tuhakikishe tumelinda haki za watoto.
Reports in US media say Donald Trump has approved plans to attack Iran but has not made a final decision on whether to strike the country. It comes as Iran and Israel continue to attack each other a week after Israel bombed Iran's nuclear facilities, saying the strikes were necessary to stop the country from acquiring a nuclear bomb. Trump had called on Iran to surrender and abandon its nuclear program, but remained non-committal on whether the US would join Israel's military campaign. I may do it, I may not do it, Trump said. Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei warned that the United States would face irreparable damage if its military joined Israel's conflict with Iran. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he'll not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, alikodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dhabdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto. Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje ongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro. I wonder. Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
All right, so it was a dark start to the morning, literally, because the sun has taken a moment to get out, but traffic has moved along with not an issue. We're seeing some of that traffic on Kangunda Road still in and outbound right over the bridge as you come off of Outer Ring. So that continues a little bit. And the Thika Superhighway has behaved swimmingly well this morning. And we have just a little bit of traffic as you get towards the Pangani Underpass. And coming into Westlands, Parklands Road, a little bit of that coming off of Wayaki Way. We'll see some of that traffic there, but I think we'll be fine for the most of it. At your roundabouts coming off of Raila Odinga Way and then Gong Road on the other side, getting towards the city, there is a little bit of traffic, but I think for the most of it, we're doing pretty well. As you're coming off of Mombasa Road, right around Capital Centre, in and outbound traffic is doing something there, but you'll be okay. And a quick look at the Globe Cinema roundabout with traffic coming in through towards the CBD. We're probably dealing with the last of it as we get towards the end of traffic hour. We'll keep things moving, and you'll talk to us on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Past 9. This is the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Thursday. And getting into things, our Justice Thursday conversation happens now. But before that, Are you passionate about creating a better future for Kenya? If you are, you're not alone, because the I&M Foundation is also in the business of it as well. This is the social investment arm of I&M Bank Kenya, and for the last 5 years have been putting together a significant 2% of the bank's annual profit, and have said this is going to go towards impactful programs. So the work has been focusing on vital areas: education and skills development, economic empowerment, enabling giving, but the focus and the highlight really is on the leadership of environmental conservation. The I&M Foundation is dedicated to protecting our natural heritage through strategic partnerships and community-driven initiatives, ensuring a sustainable future for all. So they believe in impact, and have said, you know what? It's through social and focused action. So as they renew the pact to keep impacting, learn more about the I&M Foundation's vital work and how you can potentially collaborate. Visit imbankgroup.com/foundation to learn more. It's powered by I&M Bank.
Are you trying to save but finding it hard to start? Well, what about when you need to buy something today? Well, I&M Bank has you covered. Achieve your dreams with the Fikisha Gold Savings Account, the easy digital way to save for what matters most. And for your immediate needs, use I&M's Buy Now, Pay Later. Purchase items from your favorite stores now and pay in affordable installments. Save for tomorrow while living comfortably today. Get started now. Open your individual or solo biz account today via the I&M Bank on the Go app.
Amazing, fantastic. And joining us in the hot seat this morning for our Justice Thursday conversation is constitutional and governance expert Steve Ogola, gracing the hot seat this morning as we look into issues around balancing and constitutional rights and public order. So that conversation takes place this hour, and Steve Ogola is here. Steve, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Very fine. I'm happy to join you.
Fantastic. Well, it's good to have you here.
Yeah, thank you.
First time in the hot seat.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Very excited. I've been looking forward to this.
And here we are today.
Yes, thank you.
The things that we look forward to sometimes come to pass. What we normally do is that we go to different African countries every week. This week we're in Rwanda, and we're going to share some of the proverbs that the particular country has come up with. Dennis is going to tell you the proverb, and then you let us know what your interpretation is, because we know you are in the business of interpretation. So this shouldn't be too difficult.
Yeah, and in the country of Rwanda, one of the things that stand out is it is one of the least corrupt countries in Africa, and they have a monthly cleanup that happens every month where individuals come in to just clean their country, the reason why it is considered one of the cleanest countries in the world. And the proverb today: the road does not tell the traveler anything. The road does not tell the traveler anything. What would you make of that?
Sorry, I was still trying to put my thoughts together. You were talking when I was taking my notes, but I can take that again.
The road
does not tell the traveler anything.
Your interpretation of that proverb?
Well, you have to discover what the future holds. Yeah.
Short and simple.
Okay. Sometimes it doesn't need to be complicated, does it?
You don't have to complicate it.
You can just actually hear it, and then you go from there. We're looking into balancing constitutional rights and public order. And of course, we keep saying that the past couple of weeks have constantly served up for us situations into which we would need some kind of explanation, interpretation, then what happens with the law and all of this. So I think it's pretty apt that our Justice Thursday conversation today is right around this, because when it comes to public order, there are two sides, and let's start by trying to decipher this. There are two sides. One that says that public order must be maintained, it must be observed, it must be adhered to, it must be maintained, and that there are institutions and agencies who are given the mandate to make sure that that is upheld. That's on this side. There's also the other side where saying that public order must be maintained, true, but human rights must be upheld in spite of the necessity of the maintenance of this public order, because there's this almighty law called the Constitution that we are bound by within the boundaries of this nation, whether it's written down or not. there is the constitution, and that is the supreme law. So here we are with the events that we see unfurling day after day after day. Where is the space where the two meet, whereby we say there's the demand and the rule of law, but there's also the place where we are saying that people under who have their constitutionally given right then must be protected? Where do we meet?
Well, first of all, permit me, since we're having this conversation in the context of the most recent protests and the killing of Albert Ojwang, I think the first thing to do is to pass my sincere and heartfelt condolences to the family of Albert Ojwang, and also to wish a speedy recovery to Boniface Mwangi Karaoke, I believe, who was shot almost fatally. We thank God that he survived. And we hope to see accountability to that effect shortly. Now, the Constitution identifies the recognition, protection, and promotion of fundamental rights and freedoms, broadly known as just human rights, at the center of its design. So nothing is more elevated and more pronounced than the protection and promotion of fundamental rights and freedoms. So considerations on balancing rights and freedoms as against public order must be understood in the context that conversations on public order play subservience to the protection of fundamental rights and freedoms. If you contradistinguish the system that we have now under this new constitution as against what we had in pre-2010, any statutory provision like the Public Order Act or any legislation that seeks to control the manner in which the citizens exercise their rights under the Constitution must be read in the context of the history we've come from. Because in pre-2010 Constitution, what many scholars have characterized as an almost near autocratic regime or an illiberal democracy, you had rights, for instance, the freedom of speech, but not the freedom after speech. The right to vote, but not the right to make your vote count. The freedom of assembly, but subject to permission by the state agencies. So in the new dispensation, the volume of speech is not limited. And the amount of the amount of exercise of that right, whether how many times you can appear on the streets to exercise your freedom of expression and association, is not limited. And the reason why we talk about public order, it's only for purposes of facilitation of the enjoyment of those rights. So that is the context in which we must discuss public order. Public order, in short, is supposed to facilitate, not inhibit, enjoyment of fundamental rights and freedoms. If we can share that thought, or if you have a shared and settled understanding of the purpose of public order in the context of the new constitutional dispensation, then there will be no need for a clash or for any unhealthy tension. So in short, public order is necessary so that those who want to protest can do so, while those who want to go about their businesses can also do so. But it's not supposed to be used to curtail or unnecessarily limit freedom of expression or freedom of assembly and association.
Wakili, what about designation?
Yes.
Because there are these freedoms, there are these rights that will not curtail one or the other.
Yes.
So you have the people who want to run the businesses, but also you have people who want to protest, and both enjoy those rights. But when now you have a state coming in and saying, okay, you know what, let's divorce this matter from now the politics and what currently is going on, how the chaos were planned, the hiring of goons and police brutality. But in essence, when now the same state comes in and says, we will allow you to exercise your rights, but we will designate you to specific areas and limit you to specific areas. How does that then tie in to what you've just said?
Well, designation to what you may consider as protest zones is not necessarily unlawful or contra constitution, but it must not also be used in a manner that is intended to undermine the overarching principle that makes people protest. The whole idea of protest is to force government to act one way or another.
Yes.
So if you tell protesters to go and protest in Kitengela, or maybe in the peripheries of the CBD, where that protest has no effect, then I think you would be applying those guidelines in a manner that contravenes the freedom of assembly and association. But as the administration, be it county or national government, if you say, look, the people who run businesses in the CBD also have a legitimate interest to be able to access the CBDs, so we can all agree on the frequency of protests within the CBD. Honestly, Okari, it cannot be that protests in the CBD are a daily affair, because then that it would then change the character of the protest from driving a constitutional agenda, not a political agenda, a constitutional and lawful agenda of expressing dissatisfaction with the state of affairs and or governance in the country, to a more clandestine and disclosed agenda of disruption. So it calls for balance. Balance, we don't need to stretch our minds on what constitutes a perfect balance. A perfect balance will be seen on case-by-case basis. So in short, protesters have a right to access the CBD, right? And law enforcement agencies have a duty to provide security, right? Yes. So far, the protests, as I see them, I think they are organized. If they are organized weekly or maybe monthly, I think that would be consistent with the principles undergirding freedom of expression and assembly. I have not seen protests daily. If they were to be conducted daily, then, I mean, that would disrupt the works of other people who want to go about their businesses. So right now, we shouldn't be asking how to designate, but the law on designation previously has been abused, because we have seen instances where the OCS or the IGP, through the relevant regional commander, operations commander, outlawing protests in the CBD. The Constitution says or requires that you must justify your action as having been founded in the law. So there's need for a compelling rationale to say you cannot access the CBD for purpose of protest. So that rationale, if people disagree with it, then the solution is, if you look at Article 24 of the Constitution, then the state agency that wants to lock people from accessing the CBD, then they must approach the High Court and give the High Court reasons why they think frequent protests in the CBD must now be limited. And then the High Court will balance both sides and will give an interpretation.
Okay.
But,
okay. So do the but.
Yeah, but as a rule of thumb, protesters have a right to protest anywhere, provided they notify the police to provide security. It is only when the law enforcement agencies feel that they are too frequent and they cause unnecessary disruptions that they can then provide guidelines that move people from the CBD.
Okay. I didn't think I'd ever say it, but it would appear as though the law is very clear.
Yes.
That very clearly what security agencies are supposed to do in a position of protest, that we know that the Constitution has granted the rights to Kenyans, because that's the jurisdiction under which this is operational, has granted the right to Kenyans to then be able to protest anywhere, anytime, like that.
Yes.
The information that is now given to security agencies is for their own protection. So like in the case that we saw the other day, should be for their protection from external parties like the goons that we saw.
Yes.
Or, and unfortunately, in some cases, like the police themselves. We should have seen a situation where, for example, that day when Boniface was shot in the face, in the head, that there should have been other police people or policemen, women, rushing to that point for his protection, for his rescue. This is what we are saying, essentially should have happened.
Yes.
But we say this all the time. And so it pushes me to the place where I start to really, really believe those who say sometimes in jest that the Constitution is there for convenience, that when it is suiting your needs, then you quote it. But when it doesn't really help you, then it's a suggestion that we put into the corner. And unfortunately, that has been the practice for too long a time for anybody to say, why do we have a constitution if we're not going to be abiding by the tenets of it? Why is it there?
Yeah, I think the reason why that question keeps recurring is because just like this conversation, we start this conversation from the middle. The law says, the law requires a very prescriptive approach to very important national conversations. If you reflect on the organizing principle or the organizing question why people get out or why people agitate, then you'd have to begin that conversation from the start. And from the start now is, look, the Constitution has inbuilt or internal railguards that protect itself from destruction of its democratic ideals or safeguards. Yeah. So some of these guardrails are what manifests outside there in the form of the first one is, for instance, public and state officers now must be held accountable for their own actions. Like in the context of this protest, if you look at Article 245 of the Constitution, the Inspector General of Police bears the final responsibility for the actions of the officers under his command, and the Constitution says he is not susceptible to, or should not be susceptible or amenable to external authority or direction. Now, number two, the legislative wing of government, the political wing of government, Parliament, the National Assembly, and the Senate, they are required to enact laws. So if they do these things sequentially, we won't be having the kind of problems you are raising. Yeah, they're supposed to enact laws that amplify protection of rights and good governance. Number three, you have the judiciary that is already clothed with countervailing powers. The power of judicial review, the power to look at decisions taken by the National Assembly and the executive and pronounce themselves. If that operates at an optimum, then we would not be probably getting in the streets. Number four, you have constitutional commissions and independent officers who perform key constitutional roles. If we were taking their reports and their mandates seriously, there probably would be no need for spillovers. Now we are at the fifth limb, which is the civil society that demands public vigilance. The civil society does not mean the NGOs or human rights groups like Atiba Institute and so on and so forth. The media, trade unionists like KPMDU, NAT, KOTU, active citizens like Boniface Mwangi, all these form an important clog of accountability that drive the momentum towards good governance. This is the last limb. We should not be although the freedom of assembly and association is guaranteed by the Constitution, the right to protest is guaranteed, we shouldn't be looking to protest as a way of driving our governance agenda.
How do you do it? And I think
if the first four limbs were operating at an optimum, and remember, I've left out the executive deliberately because the executive is the one that exercises state authority. So in this accountability framework, you have four important players, and then you have the public or the civil society. If the first four limbs or pillars that undergird the Constitution were operating at an optimum and perfectly, we would not need to worry about people pouring into the streets. Because, for instance, So if we start this conversation, how come the law provides for protests and they don't get it? It's because somewhere in between there's a broken safeguard or a broken railguard. Because if Parliament, for instance, and we've seen them attempting in this case, to summon the IG and all that and the CS, but if Parliament was able to operate as independently as the Constitution has conceptualized it to be, then we would trust the National Assembly and the Senate to hold other state organs to account, and there will be no need for protest. Because you're not protesting just because you can. I think these protests sometimes are a reflection of the failures of the institutions that are created by the Constitution to perform at an optimum. But if we must protest, because public vigilance through civil society action, individual action, and state agencies, actors, is also an important cog in the drive for accountability. If we must protest, then the government's response must not be to crush it. And the citizens who protest must also not be captured as to drive a political narrative. So the solution is, how can we ensure that the first 4 pillars operate at an optimum? Then you could have a whole year without having people pour on the streets.
Okay, let's take a break and come back, and then, I know that Dennis has a question, and then maybe you can combine that with, then how do you get us to operate those 4 at an optimum? Because it will look as though we've been trying for a very long time, and those 4 are not operating at an optimum. So we'll come back and discuss that when we come back from this. Steve Ogola is here with us, constitutional and governance expert, and we're talking this morning about constitutionality and the borders. Are we spilling over the borders? Are we remaining and colouring within the lines at 28 minutes to 10? We'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Oh, great! This June, the biggest Club World Cup ever held is here. The 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. Recharge your subscription on your current bouquet for 2 months and get upgraded free to the next higher bouquet for 60 days. A competition across the continent. 30 action-packed days of top-notch football from 32 best club teams from around the world. Recharge your subscription today to never miss a moment of a competition like never before. On the move, download StarTimes on and watch every goal, every moment, anytime, anywhere. StarTimes Sports, beyond passion. StarTimes, enjoy digital life. Provides the inspiration for Leipzig.
This is not an announcement, it's a pact.
To plant trees and protect our environment.
To drive mentorship and education.
To grow businesses with funding and training.
To share with our communities.
Since 2020, we've honored this pact.
As we mark 5 years, we renew it because all impact begins with a pact. Iron Foundation, celebrating 5 years of impact, powered by Iron Bank.
Traffic.
All right, coming out of traffic hour, not too much left in the city. Just a smidgen of that as you get towards the Pangani underpass and this inbound traffic there. But just a little bit, you'll be out of that without too much of a scratch. Also, then other parts of the city were doing really well. Jago Road has some traffic as you're getting out towards Landis, and then you'll see some traffic on Haile Selassie as you come through the Kamkunji roundabout, and that's outbound of the city. Apart from that, I think we've done really well. Thursday is moving along swimmingly. Let's keep it just so, and let's talk through the morning. SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Coming in at 25 minutes
94.4.
to 10 o'clock, Steve Ogola, constitutional and governance expert, is here with us this morning. We're talking about balancing constitutional rights and public order. Dennis?
Yes. And when we talk about the Constitution, one would argue that what we find ourselves in this space today because the implementation of the Constitution has not been done as expected. Because now we talk about all the other 4 limbs that need to work together in order for us to realize the constitutionalism and the respect of human rights as espoused by the Constitution, but that all these bodies seem not to be doing that, which then brings the question of political goodwill in ensuring that we achieve that which the Constitution espouses. So then, what must we do for all these limbs to work together for us not to see the frequent protests that we see every day?
I think there are 2 broad interventions, yeah? The legal interventions and the extra-legal interventions. The extra-legal does not always mean illegal. Extra-legal means mechanisms that you cannot pinpoint to, you cannot have a specific reference to in the law. But let me begin with these legal interventions before we discuss the extra legal measures. Yeah, the starting point, because I've said the Constitution rests on 5 pillars. The first pillar is that public officials, stroke state officials, will take responsibility for the mandate that has been assigned to them. So there's no back passing, or the buck stops with someone. So the buck stops with that particular office. By design, if there's a problem of police brutality, the person to answer to that is the IG under Article 245. And it's not permitted by constitutional design to explain it away, because Article 245 says that authority that he exercises is not subject to any other direction or control. And you see Article 157 of the Constitution that donates the power to prosecute to the DPP. Again, it says the authority is only subject to the Constitution. So we have to understand that the first pillar rests through the internal offices created by the Constitution. These are the public officials. The problem with these public officials is the problem of co-option, homeboy mentality. You know, if I'm in public office and I come from Siaya County, and for purposes of demonstration, our very own Baba, the enigmatic Baba is the president, I am, because of that homeboy mentality, I am predisposed to be sympathetic to the governance challenges that he faces. And then I become a threat to that office that I hold. It's an internal threat, not external. But those people need to know that we can hold them accountable through existing mechanisms, including prosecution for those who commit offenses and removal proceedings through judicial interventions. Then you have these constitutional commissions. So are they operating at an optimal? No. But the way to encourage them to operate at an optimal is to ensure that we continuously audit what they do. And I think at this stage, the IG will answer a few questions on command responsibility, for instance. And if that questions are not properly answered, he could find himself in problems. The constitutional commissions, I believe that only the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights is operating at an optimum. It's very brave in documenting instances of violation of rights. But we need to ask ourselves, Chapter 15 has listed a number of constitutional commissions. What is it that they do to contribute to good governance? NCAJ, for instance, the NCIC, the National Commission, the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. Other than just producing reports on the balance of the public, the ethnic composition of public service, what is it they're actually doing to deepen their mandate? NGEC, for instance, what is it doing to make all voices count? Because all these things boost confidence in public service. If they are not, you might be surprised to learn that your failure to spotlight the work of NGEC or the ombudsman could be the reason that people are on the streets. Because if the ombudsman, the Commission on Administration of Justice, and NGEC, for instance, which you always consider as peripheral commission, they're not peripheral because they're listed in the Constitution. If they're operating at an optimum, we probably would have better outcomes in terms of governance. The National Assembly, by design, is not intended to be captured by the executive. Because the executive cannot, the president cannot even dissolve parliament. Term of parliament is protected by the Constitution. And then the judiciary. Yes, there is need for collaborative greatness, because that is what lawyers call collaborative constitutionalism, that the interdependence between the judiciary and the executive is a necessary imperative. You can't work in isolation. But don't let that interdependence lead to control. So you must protect your independence, and the Kenyans must see that the judiciary is independent and not susceptible to executive manipulation or control. Then we can then trust the court process. Now, I cannot comment about public vigilance, because that is what we see daily. Yeah? So in terms of sanctions, in terms of the legal interventions, we audit. And the Constitution has inbuilt mechanisms for holding these offices to account. the executive can be held into account, and we saw Parliament constituting itself into a committee of good conduct, charging and prosecuting and removing the Deputy President, the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, challenging his actions as being contrary to the Constitution. If that was done in good faith, if we saw the judiciary taking on the executive decisions and under judicial review and reversing some of their actions, Parliament rejecting some of these nominations, it would boost public confidence. If we saw the DPP prosecuting officers who are culpable, would not be in the streets. So legal interventions exist, and these people know. I think if they're not being implemented at an optimum, I could only explain it in the context of homeboy mentality or some kind of external patronage. The kind of patronage that you cannot litigate and you cannot legislate. Because if you have an independent office like the IGP and he chooses to pander to the executive, then you cannot control that.
But Wakili, you've talked about all these guardrails. On paper, it looks good. The reason why we actually have a new constitution is we were then agitating for having a democratic space, having human rights, and all these other niceties. But it almost feels like we are going back to those days again, despite having a very good document that protects all of us. Now, when we talk about the executive, we look at the legislature. We've had these conversations here with MPs who are saying the parliament has been captured. We look at the judiciary. I don't remember a time when we had so much focus and scrutiny on the judiciary like today, because of all these arguments that even the judiciary is also captured by the executive. We talk about these independent institutions. We just talked about IPOA this morning and all these other independent institutions, and they're sort of like toothless bulldogs. They are crippled to the core because of the influence of the executive. Still goes back to the first guardrail. We go back to the executive. Now, when we look at the security agencies weaponizing public order laws to criminalize constitutional rights in this case, what then are we left to do? Because at the tail end is the common mwananchi, is the civil society groups, and the Wanjikos. What then do we do? Because ultimately, the protest is the only way to push back.
Then the protest will continue ad infinitum, because it's a part of our constitutional design for public accountability. If these other four limbs of these four pillars are not operating at an optimum, then public vigilance will persist. Public vigilance is not supposed to be muted. So it's a good thing, look, and it's not something to be depressed about. Look at the headline today. This is the kind of headlines that we see from the Standard we should be running continuously, because they speak of independent media. If you mute this voice, then you run the risk of compromising critical voices. If you take protests away from the streets, you run the risk, and the other four limbs are not working at an optimum, you run the risk of reversing or rolling back the gains that you've made since 2010. But there is the other extra legal measures. You talked about political goodwill. There are aspects of our governance architecture that does not depend on the formal law or proclaimed law. The idea that the Constitution, as they say, is that law that seeks to define, distribute, and constrain the use of state power, so that power can be applied to the intentions for which it was invented, and in the manner in which it was intended, to the purposes for which it was invented, and in the manner in which it was intended. Now, the whole rubric of this, our governance architecture, rests on the rule of law. The rule of law is like a three-legged stool. The first leg is equality before the law. No one is to be deemed or to be considered to be above the law. The second limb is certainty of the law. Proclaim the law in advance so people can organize their affairs in compliance, so there's no trial by ambush. The third one, which we fail at terribly, is justifiability. State actors justifying their actions as having been founded in the law. Compromises on the rule of law can be addressed through legal interventions. What cannot be addressed through legal intervention is this and require extra legal measures is goodwill. Now, the Constitution presupposes that superstructure, the transformative superstructure, will be implemented in the context of a marching culture of compliance.
Which we don't have.
Culture cannot be legislated, culture cannot be litigated. But there is something you can do about it. You can begin to deepen a conversation that pushes us towards constitutional morality. Constitutional morality is an extra legal conversation because when you start talking about morality, you're talking about things that cannot be reduced into law. A sense of goodness, a sense of wrong, right and wrong. Here,
a sense of empathy.
Yes. Here, now there are two limbs here. When you want to deepen constitutional morality, you have to look at mutual tolerance and forbearance. Mutual tolerance is what I think is lacking. I'm just breaking down political goodwill, yeah? Mutual tolerance means that political leaders consider each other as opponents who disagree on what is good for the nation, not as enemies that ought to be crushed. You get? Forbearance, on the other hand, means that political leaders do not exercise the full extent of their powers just because they can. Remember, the political opposition has what you may consider as content power, the power to mobilize supporters to push a particular narrative. So they can infiltrate protests. That can also happen.
Like what we've just seen.
Yes,
we've seen that.
So they can infiltrate protests, and that infiltration, I can tell you, cannot be investigated and be prosecuted. Forget about it. I'm a lawyer and I'm living by practicing the law.
Why?
Because since I have a right as a political leader to encourage my supporters to join the protest and protest, I can ensure that if I belong to the political opposition, as many of my supporters as possible join the good cause. And that is not illegal. You get? So the design of building a hygiene constitutional morality is that, whereas I know, like for instance now, the new political arrangements, the likes of Eugene Wamalwa, Kalonzo Musyoka, Martha Karua, whereas they can mobilize the political basis to hijack protests, they should not do so. Hijacking, I'm using that word liberally, meaning you can have more than 500,000 people on the streets demanding justice for Albert Ojwang. But if you look at the composition of these 500,000 people, 450,000 have been mobilized by supporters. I'm saying that is not unconstitutional.
Can you characterize mobilizing?
Mobilizing basically just means sending out word saying, please, look, we see a section of civil society are driving a good agenda of accountability. Good. We need to know the circumstances under which Albert Ojwang died in police custody. And we have a right to protest. We want you to join that protest. Now we are saying, since the national government or the executive has intelligence, if they have access to which they cannot publish or make public, if they have access to intelligence that the political opposition is exploiting, and exploiting not in a bad context, taking advantage of this, or taking the opportunity, let me use that word, taking the opportunity of protest to pour in their supporters as part of piling pressure on the executive to achieve a particular political agenda, then you will see the kind of reaction. Now that is what we call political hardball. You will see the kind of reaction from the executive that is also difficult to contain. That reaction is what you now may consider as the constitutional hardball, because the executive will tell you, we have the power, we have the mandate to protect businesses. And therefore, police officers will come to the streets already conditioned to look out for protesters who may be disruptive. You get? So then you have a stalemate there. That's why protests sometimes end up in a bloodbath. Because this other side of not hijacking protests, so that we leave protests to achieve their constitutional objective of pressuring government do the right thing. If you understand as political leaders that you build a system of mutual tolerance where you don't look at the political opposition as an enemy that deserves to be crushed. And the political opposition don't look at the ruling administration as someone who stands in the way of accessing power. Then it's easy to have protests or to have accountability that is fairly consistent with democratic ideals.
Wakili, I need to ask you though, because here we are and we're seeing that protests we know are, the right to protest is guaranteed.
Yes.
Right? And here we have the infiltration of these protests by criminals. We can dress it up, call it goon, whatever, criminals.
Yes.
Because you put lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig, right? Who infiltrate this. And we also know that the business of conflict is not cheap, neither is it free. That usually there is somebody who has paid the infiltrators. Usually that has happened and has facilitated that to happen. And then we see wanton destruction, we see wanton criminality, we see violence as a result of this. Because I think time and again it has been proven that protesters with their agenda are not in the business of causing violence. They're not in the business of anything aside from the agenda, which is to protest against those things that you talk about, because those four are not optimally operational. So that's why we protest, right?
Yes.
Now, with the infiltration of this criminality, am I hearing you right when you say that cannot then be prosecuted and or interrogated?
No, that part can be prosecuted. There is the infiltration of protests by goons to the extent that they commit cognizable offenses. Then those can be investigated and prosecuted. In fact, Justice Jairus Nga, on 31st of December, in a case filed by a section of the civil society, found the Inspector General of Police, at that time Japheth Kome, to be responsible for the injuries meted against KPMDU officials. That guy with the complex names. One of those leaders that I'm forgetting is Davji Atela, yes. He was beaten by police officers.
Badly so.
Badly so.
Yes.
So the High Court said, look, under Article 245, the command responsibility is on the IG. So the IG must demonstrate two things, and at that time the IG had not demonstrated those two elements, which I can tell you they have now done cleverly. At that time, the court found that there must be a directive that is unconstitutional. Number two, the action by the police officers ought to have been punished. The failure or the directive that is unconstitutional and the failure to punish actions by police officers was then deemed to have been sanctioned by the IG. And the IG Kome at that time was then held responsible. In this protest, what has changed is this. These protests are being led by the civil society, happening organically, and I've said the civil society includes active citizens, and there is no express directive prohibiting protests, because I've said the police have no business prohibiting protests. So they have cleared the first limb. The second limb is for police officers who are supposed to provide security, who then violate the law by attacking protesters, using excessive force to respond to protesters. Those officers must be interdicted, investigated, arrested and arraigned. You have seen the IG moving with speed. You may not know, but I suspect that is in compliance with the judgment issued by the High Court to avoid the IG from being found culpable or personally responsible for the actions of his juniors.
Command responsibility.
The command responsibility. So he has deflected it carefully, because right now it's not possible to hold IG, the present IG, under the command responsibility. He will say, look, I have not outlawed the protests, and my officers who violated the law, we are investigating them. IPO is investigating them, but internally we have interdicted them. Now, for goons who are seen wielding clubs in the CBD, I think if the IG wants to be on the safer side, he must order immediate investigation and arrest, because some of them are identifiable from the CCTVs. It's a dangerous trend that you have people on the streets who, according to witness accounts, seemingly enjoy police protection. If those people are not arrested and arraigned in court, the IG will be held accountable. So yes, there is that aspect of accountability that the law anticipates. The aspect that I'm saying that the law does not anticipate and the law cannot anticipate is, if I see, you and I mean the four of us here, if we see that some youth are mobilizing to protest next week on Tuesday, and we say, you know what, this time round, I want to join them. Or if you call me, Dennis, and say, Wakili, I have not seen you in this protest. Would you mind joining us next week? And then I say I can. So the fact that you've mobilized me or reached out to me and I joined the street, if you can mobilize me and maybe 10,000 others or 500,000 others, that mobilization cannot be punished by the law. And I'm saying the political leadership, particularly the political opposition, have the potential, because you can't be a political leader unless you have political support. They have the potential of mobilizing their supporters to pour into the street. We are saying we urge restraint. Let protests happen organically. Let them not be hijacked or overtaken by supporters of politicians who are only there because they have been sent there
to disrupt.
Okay, I have a last question very quickly. Let's talk about self-defense.
Yes.
I'm looking at the Penal Code, Cap 63, Section 17, that talks about self-defense. And it says, permits use of force in self-defense, provided that it's reasonable and proportionate to the threat. Section 277, defense now of property, which now ties into what the business community is saying, allows reasonable force to prevent a felony, including theft or robbery. Now, with what we saw on Tuesday, hooligans coming into the CBD with weapons, do the protesters who feel, I want to go protest, but I also need to carry something, just in case I'm attacked, I will defend myself proportionate to the threat?
Then don't go. Short answer. You are not allowed as a protester to be armed.
Yes.
Peaceful, unarmed protest, that is what the Constitution has sanctioned. Business owners, do not take measures or matters into your own hands by going through extra-legal interventions to act preemptively. To say, I'm going to open my business, if protesters come, I have hired my own goons. Because you run the risk, because the police have a duty to provide security. So if you are not sure about the level of security arrangement made by the police, then you can, and it's very depressing to see business people closing their businesses, losing income because there's no assurance of police protection. Protest must happen when businesses are open.
But if I go as a protester, let's assume I don't have a weapon.
Yes.
I'm a protester. You're a hooligan. Okay, you're not a hooligan.
Yes,
but
for purposes of this
demonstration. Yes. So I'm coming to protest. I'm lifting my placard.
Yes.
And I'm protesting. Then you approach me with a baton, you want to beat me up. And I fight you back. I restrain you. Fight you, restrain you. Am I still within my rights of self-defense proportionate to the threat?
The short answer is no. Self-defense does not work that way. Okay. This is how self-defense works in criminal law. You must have been cornered that reacting is the only logical option. You know, we are in a closed room. There is no way I can exit through that glass door without smashing it. If I'm being attacked from the only exit, the question of this property doesn't arise. Or if I can't exit and you're attacking me, then I have to push you back using reasonable force. So you do not anticipate self-defense. And if you are ambushed, the first reaction is to walk away.
Or run away.
Run away. You do not taunt the hooligans back. Because you know now, you cannot demand what you cannot give. You cannot demand protection when you are making yourself susceptible to attack. Equally, the police officers cannot go out with a predetermined agenda to violently disrupt. The United Nations basic guidelines on use of force during protest are very clear. Police officers have been trained on this. When I worked at ICJ, we trained officers on this. use force that is proportional. There are 5 principles. Proportionality, legality, precaution, and accountability. Ask yourself, in short, whatever you are doing, how you are reacting,
is it within the
law? Do you have a chance to run away? If you're cornered, you can't run away, then of course now you can fight back.
This has been great to be able to hear some of these things. We've never heard them before. And I think as we go into the season, it's necessary for us to continue to have these conversations. Steve Ogola, we want to thank you for being first time in the hot seat, and definitely some nuggets that we can walk away with today, parts of this conversation. At 10:01, thank you for being part of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. The Situation Room on This Justice Thursday is how we close the show. Thank you so much, and we join again tomorrow at 10:02.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Multi-agency teams in Mandera County are searching for 2 minors believed to have been kidnapped by Al-Shabaab on Wednesday in an attack near Okari in the Shimbir area. John Kambua and Martin Musyoki, who are non-locals, were in the company of 4 quarry workers on board a lorry headed for the site when they were ambushed by 4 gunmen. The gunmen abducted the 2 as their colleagues who are locals managed to escape. Police said the gang left with the miners for an unknown destination. President William Ruto's UDA party held talks with Tanzania's ruling party Chama cha Mapinduzi or CCM on Wednesday as the 2 parties intensify efforts to deepen cooperation. CCM Secretary General Emmanuel Nchimbi met his UDA counterpart Hassan Omar at Hustler Plaza here in Nairobi. In a statement on X, UDA said the talks focused on modalities of bolstering relations between it and CCM for the benefit of the people of the 2 countries. UDA said it aims to emulate CCM, noting that it has been in power in Tanzania for a long time and has successfully established strong grassroots-led movements and organizational structures. The meeting was also attended by Tanzania's High Commissioner to Kenya, Dr. Bernard Yohana. Deputy Inspector General Police Eliud Lagat is today expected to appear before Okoh, the last of 21 individuals required to give statements in connection with the murder of teacher and blogger Albert Ojwang. Ojwang, who died at Nairobi Central Police Station 2 weeks ago, had been arrested in Homa Bay County for allegedly defaming Lagat on social media. Speaking during a news conference on Wednesday, Okoh chairperson Isaac Hassan said the authority had found a basis to issue the summons. Hassan further announced that several civilians have appeared in court in connection with the case.
Civilians who have been also arrested include Kelvin Mutisia Mutava, who allegedly interfered with the CCTV footage, and 3 others, namely Brian Ki Njue, Collins Karani, and Jean Amito, who were inmates at the Central Police Station on the material day. They were taken to various courts. IPOA, through its investigating officer, made applications in court for all the arraigned suspects to be held for more time to allow IPOA to conclude its investigations.
A section of Mombasa Road near Syokimau Railway Station will experience traffic disruption along the Nairobi-bound carriageway from tomorrow at 10 p.m. to Sunday at 6 a.m. The Kenya National Highways Authority says the disruption will allow for the installation of the fabricated footbridge beams of the Syokimau Railway footbridge. Kenya has advised motorists to cooperate with the police and traffic marshals on site. Energy CS Okoh and I has emphasized the government's commitment to expanding electricity access across the country in order to provide sustainable energy solutions to all Kenyans through renewable energy and rural electrification. Speaking in Kajiado County on Wednesday, Wandai said the strategic plan launched by his ministry recently will help Kenyans access electricity easily.
Ruto na serikali yake ako na mpango kabambi ya mambo ya maendeleo, hasa mambo ya stima katika eneo yote katika nchi. Katika mpango ya Mheshimiwa Rais, kila kaunti imejumuishwa. Na kwa hivyo hii kaunti ya Kajiado iko ndani yake. Na vile vile hii constituency ya Kajiado East imeshughulikiwa.
China is calling on Kenyan and African farmers and producers to capitalize on the zero-tariff export opportunities created by Beijing's expanded trade policy, which opens access to its vast consumer market of 1.4 billion people. Du Xiaohui, Director General of the Chinese Foreign Ministry's African Affairs Department, highlighted what he described as a concerning apathy among African producers in utilizing this unprecedented market access. Du, who was speaking on Wednesday at a press conference in Beijing, noted that China has observed a slower than expected uptake of the traffic-free access by traders and producers in African nations. He, however, added that Beijing was collaborating closely with relevant Chinese authorities and African countries to facilitate imports. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
More of the classics and the hits you love.
Let's get it crunk up on that fun up in this dance.
Barbara Miss Jackson. Ooh, I am for real. Shopping sprees, no more late night breeze, no more VIP, no more dough. He can't even get
Spice. More of the classics and the hits you love.
You played the best music.
94.4 Spice FM.
Back to the music.
Boy, you know I'm down and tipsy. I got all the dolls with me. You know how the models get me. We gon' have some fun. Boy, you